especially fentanyl, whether it's about the sex trafficking of women and children. All of this stuff matters. All of this stuff is tied to the border. And it sounds cocky, but when it comes to border security, we're in the game. And let me explain to you why I'm sitting here so frustrated. Because I'm the only one in this room who's wore a green uniform and been on that line. I'm the only one in this room who found dead aliens on a trail that were abandoned by smugglers who just left them there because they weren't worth any money anymore. I'm the only one in this room that stood in the back of tractor trailers surrounded by 19 dead aliens, including a 5-year-old little boy that suffocated in death in his father's arms. I was there. People need to understand the reason I'm so passionate about this, the reason I work so hard to this day, because it's not just about illegal immigration anymore. When you cause a crisis as big as we're dealing with right now, where you got over 5.5 million illegal entries in this country, that has resulted in, like I said, record number of Americans dying, record number of migrants are dying, record number of known suspected terrorists coming to the country, record number of women and children being sex trafficked. If people saw what I saw in my 35 years, they'd care too.
One gram of this sweet and low could kill 500 people if it was fentanyl. So it doesn't take a lot to kill. And unfortunately, the Mexican cartels are working with the Chinese transnational criminals, bringing in mass amounts of fentanyl, making fake pills. The DEA administrator reported that there was enough fentanyl seized by the DEA alone to kill everyone in America.
I called Lauren several times. She didn't answer. I left work. And when I pulled down in the parking lot, her car was there. And I thought, oh, thank goodness, she's here. So I pulled around, and whenever I pulled around, I looked over and I saw her slumped over in her car. Unfortunately, I was too late.
They said with as much fentanyl as she had that she probably died instantly.
Yeah.
There are hundreds of thousands of Laurens. Kids that took one pill, recovering addicts. They're dying. I mean, they're not even having time to become addicted with what's on the streets now. Fentanyl is wiping out a complete generation. And I just don't understand it, because every time you see more kids dying, you just think, why hasn't something been done?
People need to understand that fentanyl that's coming across the southwest border is making it into every town, city, and state in this nation. Think about that. The criminal cartels of Mexico have killed more Americans than any terrorist organization.
Bail out. Bail out. Driver's wearing a green shirt.
The first stop this morning already has revealed how the alien smuggling organizations operate over 80 miles into the United States. But one thing I can tell you that these detectives know very well is that what gets by them impacts the rest of this country.
11 o'clock, the other guy should be about a quarter mile ahead there.
How many do y'all have in custody, and how many do you think you got outstanding roughly?
I think we got 7, and we're looking for at least 5.
And even this human trafficker couldn't bear what was happening to them. And that's why he talked to me. I want you to take a listen to this.
What is happening, like especially when we think of it like the trafficking of human beings, the narcotics, that most people just don't understand.
In the case of children, it really scares him to just see the reality that they can go through. And for him, it's pretty horrific to see how they are murdered in many cases.
What is the downside on a secure border? What's the downside on less illegal immigration? What's the downside on less illegal drug flow? What's the downside on less women and children being sex trafficked? There's no downside. A secure border saves lives. This administration knows it. You're not going to solve it. I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. I respect every president I have ever worked for. Republican, Democrat, I respected them all because they're the President of the United States.
I want to thank Tom Homan for the great job he's done on the border and, frankly, with law enforcement. He's a cherished asset of our country. We really owe a lot, and I want to thank Tom Homan, special man. Thank you very much, Tom.
No one did more to secure this country than Donald Trump. I'm a Trump guy, not ashamed of it, because I see what the man did. That's my hope. And I made the promise to President Trump. He comes back, I come back, because it matters. What happens on the border matters to every American. We're going to win this battle. You got my word. And you can take that to the bank.
We are the boots on the ground, mothers, fathers, grandparents, siblings all across the United States. We're holding rallies. We're raising fentanyl awareness because when I came here on Thursday, my Uber driver had no idea what illicit fentanyl was. Not a clue. So that's why we do it. Fentanyl needs to be a household name. Every American needs to know what it is and what can happen. It causes instant death. They're being deceived and poisoned to death.
The DEA is the only agency that's going on the news and talking about this because it's a crisis like we've never seen in the history of the country. The Mexican cartels are the enemy of the children. They're killing our kids like we've never seen any terrorist organization in the history of the country do it, but yet our government's not talking. But worse yet, these kids as young as 13 years old are dying in their bedrooms and they're ordering this stuff online and Snapchat and Facebook, Instagram, and we're not getting them educated. We're not getting the Department of Education to mandate education programs. This is not a drug crisis, it's a mass poisoning crisis.
Whether it's terrorism, whether it's those seeking to come to this country doing us harm, whether it's the narcotics that are killed over 100,000 Americans, especially fentanyl, whether it's about the sex trafficking of women and children, all of this stuff matters. All of this stuff is tied to the border. And it sounds cocky, but when it comes to border security, we're in the game. And let me explain to you why I'm sitting here so frustrated. Because I'm the only one in this room who's wore a green uniform and been on that line. I'm the only one in this room who found dead aliens on a trail that were abandoned by smugglers who just left them there because they weren't worth any money anymore. I'm the only one in this room that stood in the back of a tractor trailer surrounded by 19 dead aliens, including a 5-year-old little boy that suffocated in death in his father's arms. I was there. People need to understand the reason I'm so passionate about this, the reason I work so hard to this day, because it's not just about illegal immigration anymore. When you cause a crisis as big as we're dealing with right now, where you got over 5.5 million illegal entries in this country, that has resulted in, like I said, record number of Americans dying, record number of migrants are dying, record number of known suspected terrorists coming to the country, record number of women and children being sex trafficked. If people saw what I saw in my 35 years, they'd care too.
One gram of this sweet and low can kill 500 people if it was fentanyl. So it doesn't take a lot to kill. And unfortunately, the Mexican cartels are working with the Chinese transnational criminals, bringing in mass amounts of fentanyl, making fake pills. The DEA administrator reported that there was enough fentanyl seized by the DEA alone to kill everyone in America.
I called Lauren several times. She didn't answer. I left work. And when I pulled down in the parking lot, her car was there. And I thought, oh, thank goodness, she's here. So I pulled around, and whenever I pulled around, I looked over and I saw her slumped over in her car. Unfortunately, I was too late.
They said with as much fentanyl she had that she probably died instantly.
Yeah.
There are hundreds of thousands of Laurens. Kids that took one pill, recovering addicts. They're dying. I mean, they're not even having time to become addicted with what's on the streets now. Fentanyl is wiping out a complete generation. And I just don't understand it, because every time you see more kids dying, you just think, why hasn't something been done?
People need to understand that fentanyl that's coming across the southwest border is making it into every town, city, and state in this nation. Think about that. The criminal cartels of Mexico have killed more Americans than any terrorist organization.
Bail out. Bail out. Driver's going to green shirt.
The first stop this morning already has revealed how the alien smuggling organizations operate over 80 miles into the United States. But one thing I can tell you that these detectives know very well is that what gets by them impacts the rest of this country.
11 o'clock, the other guy should be about a quarter mile ahead there.
How many do y'all have in custody, and how many do you think you got outstanding, roughly?
I think we got 7, and we're looking for at least 5.
And even this human trafficker couldn't bear what was happening to them. And that's why you talked to me. I want you to take a listen to this.
What is happening, like especially when we think of it like the trafficking of human beings, the narcotics, that most people just don't understand.
In the case of children, it really scares him to just see the reality that they can go through. And for him, it's pretty horrific to see how they are murdered in many cases.
What is the downside on a secure border? What's the downside on less illegal immigration? What's the downside on less illegal drug flow? What's the downside on less women and children being sex trafficked? There's no downside. A secure border saves lives. This administration knows it, but you're not going to solve it. I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. I respect every president I have ever worked for. Republican, Democrat, I respected them all because they're the president of the United States.
I want to thank Tom Homan for the great job he's done on the border and, frankly, with law enforcement. He's a cherished asset of our country. We really owe a lot, and I want to thank Tom Homan, special man. Thank you very much, Tom.
No one did more to secure this country than Donald Trump. I'm a Trump guy, not ashamed of it, because I see what the man did. That's my hope. And I made the promise to President Trump, he comes back, I come back, because it matters. What happens on the border matters to every American. We're going to win this battle. You got my word. And you can take that to the bank.
We are the boots on the ground, mothers, fathers, grandparents, siblings all across the United States. We're holding rallies. We're raising fentanyl awareness because when I came here on Thursday, my Uber driver had no idea what illicit fentanyl was. Not a clue. So that's why we do it. Fentanyl needs to be a household name. Every American needs to know what it is and what can happen. It causes instant death. They're being deceived and poisoned to death.
The DEA is the only agency that's going on the news and talking about this because it's a crisis like we've never seen in the history of the country. The Mexican cartels are the enemy of the children. They're killing our kids like we've never seen any terrorist organization in the history of the country do it, but yet our government's not talking. But worse yet, these kids as young as 13 years old are dying in their bedrooms, and they're ordering this stuff online and Snapchat and Facebook, Instagram, and we're not getting them educated. We're not getting the Department of Education to mandate education programs. This is not a drug crisis. It's a mass poisoning crisis.
Whether it's terrorism, whether it's those seeking to come to this country doing us harm, whether it's the narcotics that are killed over 100,000 Americans, especially fentanyl, whether it's about the sex trafficking of women and children, all of this stuff matters. All of this stuff is tied to the border. And it sounds cocky, but when it comes to border security, we're in the game. And let me explain to you why I'm sitting here so frustrated. Because I'm the only one in this room who's wore a green uniform and been on that line. I'm the only one in this room who found dead aliens on a trail that were abandoned by smugglers who just left them there because they weren't worth any money anymore. I'm the only one in this room that stood in the back of a tractor trailer surrounded by 19 dead aliens, including a 5-year-old little boy that suffocated in death in his father's arms. I was there. People need to understand the reason I'm so passionate about this, the reason I work so hard to this day, because it's not just about illegal immigration anymore. When you cause a crisis as big as we're dealing with right now, where you got over 5.5 million illegal entries in this country, that has resulted in, like I said, record number of Americans dying, record number of migrants are dying, record number of known suspected terrorists coming in the country, record number of women and children being sex trafficked. If people saw what I saw in my 35 years, they'd care too.
One gram of this sweet and low can kill 500 people if it was fentanyl. So it doesn't take a lot to kill. And unfortunately, the Mexican cartels are working with the Chinese transnational criminals, bringing in mass amounts of fentanyl, making fake pills. The DEA administrator reported that there was enough fentanyl seized by the DEA alone to kill everyone in America.
I called Lauren several times. She didn't answer. I left work. And when I pulled down in the parking lot, her car was there. And I thought, oh, thank goodness, she's here. So I pulled around, and whenever I pulled around, I looked over and I saw her slumped over in her car. Unfortunately, I was too late.
They said with as much fentanyl as she had that she probably died instantly.
Yeah.
There are hundreds of thousands of Laurens. Kids that took one pill, recovering addicts. They're dying. I mean, they're not even having time to become addicted with what's on the streets now. Fentanyl is wiping out a complete generation. And I just don't understand it, because every time you see more kids dying, you just think, why hasn't something been done?
People need to understand that fentanyl that's coming across the southwest border is making it into every town, city, and state in this nation. Think about that. The criminal cartels of Mexico have killed more Americans than any terrorist organization.
Bail out. Bail out. Driver's wearing a green shirt.
The first stop this morning already has revealed how the alien smuggling organizations operate over 80 miles into the United States. But one thing I can tell you that these detectives know very well is that what gets by them impacts the rest of this country.
11 o'clock, the other guy should be about a quarter mile ahead there.
How many do y'all have in custody, and how many do you think you got outstanding, roughly?
I think we got 7, and we're looking for at least 5.
And even this human trafficker couldn't bear what was happening to them. And that's why he talked to me. I want you to take a listen to this.
What is happening, like especially when we think of it like the trafficking of human beings, the narcotics, that most people just don't understand.
In the case of children, it really scares him to just see the reality that they can go through. And for him, it's pretty horrific to see how they are murdered in many cases.
What is the downside on a secure border? What's the downside on less illegal immigration? What's the downside on less illegal drug flow? What's the downside on less women and children being sex trafficked? There's no downside. A secure border saves lives. This administration knows it. You're not going to solve it. I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. I respect every president I have ever worked for. Republican, Democrat, I respected them all because they're the president of the United States.
I want to thank Tom Homan for the great job he's done on the border and, frankly, with law enforcement. He's a cherished asset of our country. We really owe a lot, and I want to thank Tom Homan, special man. Thank you very much, Tom.
No one did more to secure this country than Donald Trump. I'm a Trump guy, not ashamed of it. Because I see what the man did. That's my hope. And I made the promise to President Trump. He comes back, I come back. Because it matters. What happens on the border matters to every American. We're going to win this battle. You got my word. And you can take that to the bank.
We are the boots on the ground, mothers, fathers, grandparents, siblings all across the United States. We're holding rallies. We're raising fentanyl awareness because when I came here on Thursday, my Uber driver had no idea what illicit fentanyl was. Not a clue. So that's why we do it. Fentanyl needs to be a household name. Every American needs to know what it is and what can happen. It causes instant death. They're being deceived and poisoned to death.
The DEA is the only agency that's going on the news and talking about this because it's a crisis like we've never seen in the history of the country. The Mexican cartels are the enemy of the children. They're killing our kids like we've never seen any terrorist organization in the history of the country do it, but yet our government's not talking. But worse yet, these kids as young as 13 years old are dying in their bedrooms and they're ordering this stuff online and Snapchat and Facebook, Instagram, and we're not getting them educated. We're not getting the Department of Education to mandate education programs. This is not a drug crisis, it's a mass poisoning crisis.
Whether it's terrorism, whether it's those seeking to come to this country doing us harm, whether it's the narcotics that are killed over 100,000 Americans, especially fentanyl, whether it's about the sex trafficking of women and children, all of this stuff matters. All of this stuff is tied to the border. And it sounds cocky, but when it comes to border security, we're in the game. And let me explain to you why I'm sitting here so frustrated. Because I'm the only one in this room with wore a green uniform and been on that line. I'm the only one in this room with found dead aliens on a trail that were abandoned by smugglers that just left them there because they weren't worth any money anymore. I'm the only one in this room that stood in the back of tractor trailers surrounded by 19 dead aliens, including a 5-year-old little boy that suffocated in death in his father's arms. I was there. People need to understand the reason I'm so passionate about this, the reason I work so hard to this day, because it's not just about illegal immigration anymore. When you cause a crisis as big as we're dealing with right now, where you got over 5.5 million illegal entries in this country, that has resulted in, like I said, record number of Americans dying, record number of migrants are dying, record number of known suspected terrorists coming in the country, record number of women and children being sex trafficked. If people saw what I saw in my 35 years, they'd care too.
One gram of this sweet and low can kill 500 people if it was fentanyl. So it doesn't take a lot to kill. And unfortunately, the Mexican cartels are working with the Chinese transnational criminals, bringing in mass amounts of fentanyl, making fake pills. The DEA administrator reported that there was enough fentanyl seized by the DEA alone to kill everyone in America.
I called Lauren several times. She didn't answer. I left work. And when I pulled down in the parking lot, her car was there. And I thought, oh, thank goodness, she's here. So I pulled around, and whenever I pulled around, I looked over and I saw her slumped over in her car. Unfortunately, I was too late.
They said with as much fentanyl as she had that she probably died instantly.
Yeah.
There are hundreds of thousands of Laurens. Kids that took one pill, recovering addicts. They're dying. I mean, they're not even having time to become addicted with what's on the streets now. Fentanyl is wiping out a complete generation. And I just don't understand it, because every time you see more kids dying, you just think, why hasn't something been done?
People need to understand that fentanyl that's coming across the southwest border is making it into every town, city, and state in this nation. Think about that. The criminal cartels of Mexico have killed more Americans than any terrorist organization.
Bail out. Bail out. Drive toward a green shirt.
The first stop this morning already has revealed how the alien smuggling organizations operate over 80 miles into the United States. But one thing I can tell you that these detectives know very well is that what gets by them impacts the rest of this country.
11 o'clock, the other guy should be about a quarter mile ahead there.
How many do y'all have in custody, and how many do you think you got outstanding roughly?
I think we got 7, and we're looking for at least 5.
And even this human trafficker couldn't bear what was happening to them. And that's why he talked to me. I want you to take a listen to this.
What is happening, like especially when we think of it like the trafficking of human beings, the narcotics, that most people just don't understand.
In the case of children, it really scares him to just see the reality that they can go through. And for him, it's pretty horrific to see how they are murdered in many cases.
What is the downside on a secure border? What's the downside on less illegal immigration? What's the downside on less illegal drug flow? What's the downside on less women and children being sex trafficked? There's no downside. A secure border saves lives. This administration knows it, but you're not going to solve it. I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. I respect every president I've ever worked for. Republican, Democrat, I respected them all because they're the president of the United States.
I want to thank Tom Homan for the great job he's done on the border and, frankly, with law enforcement. He's a cherished asset of our country. We really owe a lot, and I want to thank Tom Homan, special man. Thank you very much, Tom.
No one did more to secure this country than Donald Trump. I'm a Trump guy, not ashamed of it. because I see what the man did. That's my hope. And I made the promise to President Trump. He comes back, I come back, because it matters. What happens on the border matters to every American. We're going to win this battle. You got my word. And you can take that to the bank.
We are the boots on the ground, mothers, fathers, grandparents, siblings all across the United States. We're holding rallies. We're raising fentanyl awareness because when I came here on Thursday, my Uber driver had no idea what illicit fentanyl was. Not a clue. So that's why we do it. Fentanyl needs to be a household name. Every American needs to know what it is and what can happen. It causes instant death. They're being deceived and poisoned to death.
The DEA is the only agency that's going on the news and talking about this because it's a crisis like we've never seen in the history of the country. The Mexican cartels are the enemy of the children. They're killing our kids like we've never seen any terrorist organization in the history of the country do it, but yet our government's not talking. But worse yet, these kids as young as 13 years old are dying in their bedrooms and they're ordering this stuff online and Snapchat and Facebook, Instagram, and we're not getting them educated. We're not getting the Department of Education to mandate education programs. This is not a drug crisis, it's a mass poisoning crisis.
Whether it's terrorism, whether it's those seeking to come to this country doing us harm, whether it's the narcotics that are killed over 100,000 Americans, especially fentanyl, whether it's about the sex trafficking of women and children, all of this stuff matters. All of this stuff is tied to the border. And it sounds cocky, but when it comes to border security, we're in the game. And let me explain to you why I'm sitting here so frustrated. Because I'm the only one in this room who's wore a green uniform and been on that line. I'm the only one in this room who found dead aliens on a trail that were abandoned by smugglers who just left them there because they weren't worth any money anymore. I'm the only one in this room that stood in the back of a tractor trailer surrounded by 19 dead aliens, including a 5-year-old little boy that suffocated in death in his father's arms. I was there. People need to understand the reason I'm so passionate about this, the reason I work so hard to this day, because it's not just about illegal immigration anymore. When you cause a crisis as big as we're dealing with right now, where you got over 5.5 million illegal entries in this country, that has resulted in, like I said, record number of Americans dying, record number of migrants are dying, record number of known suspected terrorists coming to the country, record number of women and children being sex trafficked. If people saw what I saw in my 35 years, they'd care too.
One gram of this sweet and low can kill 500 people if it was fentanyl. So it doesn't take a lot to kill. And unfortunately, the Mexican cartels are working with the Chinese transnational criminals, bringing in mass amounts of fentanyl, making fake pills. The DEA administrator reported that there was enough fentanyl seized by the DEA alone to kill everyone in America.
I called Lauren several times. She didn't answer. I left work. And when I pulled down in the parking lot, her car was there. And I thought, oh, thank goodness, she's here. So I pulled around, and whenever I pulled around, I looked over and I saw her slumped over in her car. Unfortunately, I was too late.
They said with as much fentanyl she had that she probably died instantly.
Yeah.
There are hundreds of thousands of Laurens. Kids that took one pill, recovering addicts. They're dying. I mean, they're not even having time to become addicted with what's on the streets now. Fentanyl is wiping out a complete generation. And I just don't understand it, because every time you see more kids dying, you just think, why hasn't something been done?
People need to understand that fentanyl that's coming across the southwest border is making it into every town, city, and state in this nation. Think about that. The criminal cartels of Mexico have killed more Americans than any terrorist organization.
Bail out. Bail out. Driver's going to green shirt.
The first stop this morning already has revealed how the alien smuggling organizations operate over 80 miles into the United States. But one thing I can tell you that these detectives know very well is that what gets by them impacts the rest of this country.
11 o'clock, the other guy should be about a quarter mile ahead there.
How many do y'all have in custody, and how many do you think you got outstanding, roughly?
I think we got 7, and we're looking for at least 5.
And even this human trafficker couldn't bear what was happening to them. And that's why you talked to me. I want you to take a listen to this.
What is happening, like especially when we think of it like the trafficking of human beings, the narcotics, that most people just don't understand.
In the case of children, it really scares him to just see the reality that they can go through. And for him, it's pretty horrific to see how they are murdered in many cases.
What is the downside on a secure border? What's the downside on less illegal immigration? What's the downside on less illegal drug flow? What's the downside on less women and children being sex trafficked? There's no downside. A secure border saves lives. This administration knows it. You're not going to solve it. I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. I respect every president I have ever worked for. Republican, Democrat, I respected them all because they're the president of the United States.
I want to thank Tom Homan for the great job he's done on the border and, frankly, with law enforcement. He's a cherished asset of our country. We really owe a lot, and I want to thank Tom Homan, special man. Thank you very much, Tom.
No one did more to secure this country than Donald Trump. I'm a Trump guy, not ashamed of it, because I see what the man did. That's my hope. And I made the promise to President Trump, he comes back, I come back, because it matters. What happens on the border matters to every American. We're going to win this battle. You got my word. And you can take that to the bank.
We are the boots on the ground, mothers, fathers, grandparents, siblings all across the United States. We're holding rallies. We're raising fentanyl awareness because when I came here on Thursday, my Uber driver had no idea what illicit fentanyl was. Not a clue. So that's why we do it. Fentanyl needs to be a household name. Every American needs to know what it is and what can happen. It causes instant death. They're being deceived and poisoned to death.
The DEA is the only agency that's going on the news and talking about this because it's a crisis like we've never seen in the history of the country. The Mexican cartels are the enemy of the children. They're killing our kids like we've never seen any terrorist organization in the history of the country do it, but yet our government's not talking. But worse yet, these kids as young as 13 years old are dying in their bedrooms, and they're ordering this stuff online and Snapchat and Facebook, Instagram, and we're not getting them educated. We're not getting the Department of Education to mandate education programs. This is not a drug crisis, it's a mass poisoning crisis.
whether it's terrorism, whether it's those seeking to come to this country doing us harm, whether it's the narcotics that are killed over 100,000 Americans, especially fentanyl, whether it's about the sex trafficking of women and children. All of this stuff matters. All of this stuff is tied to the border. And it sounds cocky, but when it comes to border security, we're in the game. And let me explain to you why I'm sitting here so frustrated. Because I'm the only one in this room who's wore a green uniform and been on that line. I'm the only one in this room who found dead aliens on a trail that were abandoned by smugglers that just left them there because they weren't worth any money anymore. I'm the only one in this room that stood in the back of a tractor trailer surrounded by 19 dead aliens, including a 5-year-old little boy that suffocated in death in his father's arms. I was there. People need to understand the reason I'm so passionate about this, the reason I work so hard to this day, because it's not just about illegal immigration anymore. When you cause a crisis as big as we're dealing with right now, where you got over 5.5 million illegal entries in this country, that has resulted in, like I said, record number of Americans dying, record number of migrants are dying, record number of known suspected terrorists coming in the country, record number of women and children being sex trafficked. If people saw what I saw in my 35 years, they'd care too.
One gram of this sweet and low can kill 500 people if it was fentanyl. So it doesn't take a lot to kill. And unfortunately, the Mexican cartels are working with the Chinese transnational criminals, bringing in mass amounts of fentanyl, making fake pills. The DEA administrator reported that there was enough fentanyl seized by the DEA alone to kill everyone in America.
I called Lauren several times. She didn't answer. I left work. And when I pulled down in the parking lot, her car was there. And I thought, oh, thank goodness, she's here. So I pulled around, and whenever I pulled around, I looked over and I saw her slumped over in her car. Unfortunately, I was too late.
They said with as much fentanyl as she had that she probably died instantly.
Yeah.
There are hundreds of thousands of Laurens. Kids that took one pill, recovering addicts. They're dying. I mean, they're not even having time to become addicted with what's on the streets now. Fentanyl is wiping out a complete generation. And I just don't understand it, because every time you see more kids dying, you just think, why hasn't something been done?
People need to understand that fentanyl that's coming across the southwest border is making it into every town, city, and state in this nation. Think about that. The criminal cartels of Mexico have killed more Americans than any terrorist organization.
Bail out. Bail out. Driver's wearing a green shirt.
The first stop this morning already has revealed how the alien smuggling organizations operate over 80 miles into the United States. But one thing I can tell you that these detectives know very well is that what gets by them impacts the rest of this country.
11 o'clock, the other guy should be about a quarter mile ahead there.
How many do y'all have in custody, and how many do you think you got outstanding roughly?
I think we got 7, and we're looking for at least 5.
And even this human trafficker couldn't bear what was happening to them. And that's why he talked to me. I want you to take a listen to this.
What is happening, like especially when we think of it like the trafficking of human beings, the narcotics, that most people just don't understand.
In the case of children, it really scares him to just see the reality that they can go through. And for him, it's pretty horrific to see how they are murdered in many cases.
What is the downside on a secure border? What's the downside on less illegal immigration? What's the downside on less illegal drug flow? What's the downside on less women and children being sex trafficked? There's no downside. A secure border saves lives. This administration knows it, but you're not going to solve it. I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. I respect every president I have ever worked for. Republican, Democrat, I respected them all because they're the president of the United States.
I want to thank Tom Homan for the great job he's done on the border and, frankly, with law enforcement. He's a cherished asset of our country. We really owe a lot, and I want to thank Tom Homan, special man. Thank you very much, Tom.
No one did more to secure this country than Donald Trump. I'm a Trump guy, not ashamed of it, because I see what the man did. That's my hope. And I made the promise to President Trump. He comes back, I come back, because it matters. What happens on the border matters to every American. We're going to win this battle. You got my word. And you can take that to the bank.
We are the boots on the ground, mothers, fathers, grandparents, siblings all across the United States. We're holding rallies. We're raising fentanyl awareness because when I came here on Thursday, my Uber driver had no idea what illicit fentanyl was. Not a clue. So that's why we do it. Fentanyl needs to be a household name. Every American needs to know what it is and what can happen. It causes instant death. They're being deceived and poisoned to death.
The DEA is the only agency that's going on the news and talking about this because it's a crisis like we've never seen in the history of the country. The Mexican cartels are the enemy of the children. They're killing our kids like we've never seen any terrorist organization in the history of the country do it, but yet our government's not talking. But worse yet, these kids as young as 13 years old are dying in their bedrooms, and they're ordering this stuff online and Snapchat and Facebook, Instagram, and we're not getting them educated. We're not getting the Department of Education to mandate education programs. This is not a drug crisis, it's a mass poisoning crisis.
Whether it's terrorism, whether it's those seeking to come to this country doing us harm, whether it's the narcotics that are killed over 100,000 Americans, especially fentanyl, whether it's about the sex trafficking of women and children, all of this stuff matters. All of this stuff is tied to the border. And it sounds cocky, but when it comes to border security, we're in the game. And let me explain to you why I'm sitting here so frustrated. Because I'm the only one in this room with wore a green uniform and been on that line. I'm the only one in this room with found dead aliens on a trail that were abandoned by smugglers that just left them there because they weren't worth any money anymore. I'm the only one in this room that stood in the back with tractor trailers surrounded by 19 dead aliens, including a 5-year-old little boy that suffocated in death in his father's arms. I was there. People need to understand the reason I'm so passionate about this, the reason I work so hard to this day, because it's not just about illegal immigration anymore. When you cause a crisis as big as we're dealing with right now, where you got over 5.5 million illegal entries in this country, that has resulted in, like I said, record number of Americans dying, record number of migrants are dying, record number of known suspected terrorists coming in the country, record number of women and children being sex trafficked. If people saw what I saw in my 35 years, they'd care too.
One gram of this sweet and low can kill 500 people if it was fentanyl. So it doesn't take a lot to kill. And unfortunately, the Mexican cartels are working with the Chinese transnational criminals, bringing in mass amounts of fentanyl, making fake pills. The DEA administrator reported that there was enough fentanyl seized by the DEA alone to kill everyone in America.
I called Lauren several times. She didn't answer. I left work. And when I pulled down in the parking lot, her car was there. And I thought, oh, thank goodness, she's here. So I pulled around, and whenever I pulled around, I looked over and I saw her slumped over in her car. Unfortunately, I was too late.
They said with as much fentanyl as she had that she probably died instantly.
Yeah.
There are hundreds of thousands of Laurens. Kids that took one pill, recovering addicts. They're dying. I mean, they're not even having time to become addicted with what's on the streets now. Fentanyl is wiping out a complete generation. And I just don't understand it, because every time you see more kids dying, you just think, why hasn't something been done?
People need to understand that fentanyl that's coming across the southwest border is making it into every town, city, and state in this nation. Think about that. The criminal cartels of Mexico have killed more Americans than any terrorist organization.
Bail out. Bail out. Drive toward a green shirt.
The first stop this morning already has revealed how the alien smuggling organizations operate over 80 miles into the United States. But one thing I can tell you that these detectives know very well is that what gets by them impacts the rest of this country.
11 o'clock. The other guy should be about a quarter mile ahead there.
How many do y'all have in custody, and how many do you think you got outstanding, roughly?
I think we got 7, and we're looking for at least 5.
And even this human trafficker couldn't bear what was happening to them. And that's why he talked to me. I want you to take a listen to this.
What is happening, like especially when we think of it like the trafficking of human beings, the narcotics, that most people just don't understand.
In the case of children, it really scares him to just see the reality that they can go through. And for him, it's pretty horrific to see how they are murdered in many cases.
What is the downside on a secure border? What's the downside on less illegal immigration? What's the downside on less illegal drug flow? What's the downside on less women and children being sex trafficked? There's no downside. A secure border saves lives. This administration knows it. You're not going to solve it. I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. I respect every president I have ever worked for. Republican, Democrat, I respected them all because they're the president of the United States.
I want to thank Tom Homan for the great job he's done on the border and, frankly, with law enforcement. He's a cherished asset of our country. We really owe a lot, and I want to thank Tom Homan, special man. Thank you very much, Tom.
No one did more to secure this country than Donald Trump. I'm a Trump guy, not ashamed of it, because I see what the man did. That's my hope. And I made the promise to President Trump, he comes back, I come back, because it matters. What happens on the border matters to every American. We're going to win this battle. You got my word. And you can take that to the bank.
We are the boots on the ground, mothers, fathers, grandparents, siblings all across the United States. We're holding rallies. We're raising fentanyl awareness, because when I came here on Thursday, my Uber driver had no idea what illicit fentanyl was. Not a clue. So that's why we do it. Fentanyl needs to be a household name. Every American needs to know what it is and what can happen. It causes instant death. They're being deceived and poisoned to death.
The DEA is the only agency that's going on the news and talking about this because it's a crisis like we've never seen in the history of the country. The Mexican cartels are the enemy of the children. They're killing our kids like we've never seen any terrorist organization in the history of the country do it, but yet our government's not talking. But worse yet, these kids as young as 13 years old are dying in their bedrooms, and they're ordering this stuff online and Snapchat and Facebook, Instagram, and we're not getting them educated. we're not getting the Department of Education to mandate education programs. This is not a drug crisis. It's a mass poisoning crisis.
Whether it's terrorism, whether it's those seeking to come to this country doing us harm, whether it's the narcotics that are killed over 100,000 Americans, especially fentanyl, whether it's about the sex trafficking of women and children, all of this stuff matters. All of this stuff is tied to the border. And it sounds cocky, but when it comes to border security, we're in the game. And let me explain to you why I'm sitting here so frustrated. Because I'm the only one in this room who's wore a green uniform and been on that line. I'm the only one in this room who found dead aliens on a trail that were abandoned by smugglers who just left them there because they weren't worth any money anymore. I'm the only one in this room that stood in the back of a tractor trailer surrounded by 19 dead aliens, including a 5-year-old little boy that suffocated in death in his father's arms. I was there. People need to understand the reason I'm so passionate about this, the reason I work so hard to this day, because it's not just about illegal immigration anymore. When you cause a crisis as big as we're dealing with right now, where you got over 5.5 million illegal entries in this country, that has resulted in, like I said, record number of Americans dying, record number of migrants are dying, record number of known suspected terrorists coming to the country, record number of women and children being sex trafficked. If people saw what I saw in my 35 years, they'd care too.
One gram of this sweet and low can kill 500 people if it was fentanyl. So it doesn't take a lot to kill. And unfortunately, the Mexican cartels are working with the Chinese transnational criminals, bringing in mass amounts of fentanyl, making fake pills. The DEA administrator reported that there was enough fentanyl seized by the DEA alone to kill everyone in America.
I called Lauren several times. She didn't answer. I left work. And when I pulled down in the parking lot, her car was there. And I thought, oh, thank goodness, she's here. So I pulled around, and whenever I pulled around, I looked over and I saw her slumped over in her car. Unfortunately, I was too late.
They said with as much fentanyl as she had that she probably died instantly.
Yeah.
There are hundreds of thousands of Laurens. Kids that took one pill, recovering addicts. They're dying. I mean, they're not even having time to become addicted with what's on the streets now. Fentanyl is wiping out a complete generation. And I just don't understand it, because every time you see more kids dying, you just think, why hasn't something been done?
People need to understand that fentanyl that's coming across the southwest border is making it into every town, city, and state in this nation. Think about that. The criminal cartels of Mexico have killed more Americans than any terrorist organization.
Bail out. Bail out. Driver's wearing a green shirt.
The first stop this morning already has revealed how the alien smuggling organizations operate over 80 miles into the United States. But one thing I can tell you that these detectives know very well is that what gets by them impacts the rest of this country.
11 o'clock, the other guy should be about a quarter mile ahead there.
How many do y'all have in custody, and how many do you think you got outstanding, roughly?
I think we got 7, and we're looking for at least 5.
And even this human trafficker couldn't bear what was happening to them. And that's why he talked to me. I want you to take a listen to this.
What is happening, like especially when we think of it like the trafficking of human beings, the narcotics, that most people just don't understand.
In the case of children, it really scares him to just see the reality that they can go through. And for him, it's pretty horrific to see how they are murdered in many cases.
What is the downside on a secure border? What's the downside on less illegal immigration? What's the downside on less illegal drug flow? What's the downside on less women and children being sex trafficked? There's no downside. A secure border saves lives. This administration knows it. You're not going to solve it. I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. I respect every president I have ever worked for. Republican, Democrat, I respected them all because they're the president of the United States.
I want to thank Tom Homan for the great job he's done on the border and, frankly, with law enforcement. He's a cherished asset of our country. We really owe a lot, and I want to thank Tom Homan, special man. Thank you very much, Tom.
No one did more to secure this country than Donald Trump. I'm a Trump guy, not ashamed of it. Because I see what the man did. That's my hope. And I made the promise to President Trump, he comes back, I come back. Because it matters. What happens on the border matters to every American. We're going to win this battle. You got my word. And you can take that to the bank.
We are the boots on the ground, mothers, fathers, grandparents, siblings all across the United States. We're holding rallies. We're raising fentanyl awareness because when I came here on Thursday, my Uber driver had no idea what illicit fentanyl was. Not a clue. So that's why we do it. Fentanyl needs to be a household name. Every American needs to know what it is and what can happen. It causes instant death. They're being deceived and poisoned to death.
The DEA is the only agency that's going on the news and talking about this because it's a crisis like we've never seen in the history of the country. The Mexican cartels are the enemy of the children. They're killing our kids like we've never seen any terrorist organization in the history of the country do it, but yet our government's not talking. But worse yet, these kids as young as 13 years old are dying in their bedrooms and they're ordering this stuff online and Snapchat and Facebook, Instagram, and we're not getting them educated. We're not getting the Department of Education to mandate education programs. This is not a drug crisis, it's a mass poisoning crisis.
Whether it's terrorism, whether it's those seeking to come to this country doing us harm, whether it's the narcotics that are killed over 100,000 Americans, especially fentanyl, whether it's about the sex trafficking of women and children, all of this stuff matters. All of this stuff is tied to the border. And it sounds cocky, but when it comes to border security, we're in the game. And let me explain to you why I'm sitting here so frustrated. Because I'm the only one in this room who's wore a green uniform and been on that line. I'm the only one in this room who found dead aliens on a trail that were abandoned by smugglers that just left them there because they weren't worth any money anymore. I'm the only one in this room that stood in the back of a tractor trailer surrounded by 19 dead aliens, including a 5-year-old little boy that suffocated in death in his father's arms. I was there. People need to understand the reason I'm so passionate about this, the reason I work so hard to this day, because it's not just about illegal immigration anymore. When you cause a crisis as big as we're dealing with right now, where you got over 5.5 million illegal entries in this country, that has resulted in, like I said, record number of Americans dying, record number of migrants are dying, record number of known suspected terrorists coming in the country, record number of women and children being sex trafficked. If people saw what I saw in my 35 years, they'd care too.
One gram of this sweet and low could kill 500 people if it was fentanyl. So it doesn't take a lot to kill. And unfortunately, the Mexican cartels are working with the Chinese transnational criminals, bringing in mass amounts of fentanyl, making fake pills. The DEA administrator reported that there was enough fentanyl seized by the DEA alone to kill everyone in America.
I called Lauren several times. She didn't answer. I left work. And when I pulled down in the parking lot, her car was there. And I thought, oh, thank goodness, she's here. So I pulled around, and whenever I pulled around, I looked over and I saw her slumped over in her car. Unfortunately, I was too late.
They said with as much fentanyl as she had that she probably died instantly.
Yeah.
There are hundreds of thousands of Laurens. Kids that took one pill, recovering addicts. They're dying. I mean, they're not even having time to become addicted with what's on the streets now. Fentanyl is wiping out a complete generation. And I just don't understand it, because every time you see more kids dying, you just think, why hasn't something been done?
People need to understand that fentanyl that's coming across the southwest border is making it into every town, city, and state in this nation. Think about that. The criminal cartels of Mexico have killed more Americans than any terrorist organization.
Bail out. Bail out. Driver's wearing a green shirt.
The first stop this morning already has revealed how the alien smuggling organizations operate over 80 miles into the United States. But one thing I can tell you that these detectives know very well is that what gets by them impacts the rest of this country.
11 o'clock, the other guy should be about a quarter mile ahead there.
How many do y'all have in custody, and how many do you think you got outstanding roughly?
Here, I think we got 7, and we're looking for at least 5.
And even this human trafficker couldn't bear what was happening to them. And that's why he talked to me. I want you to take a listen to this.
What is happening, like especially when we think of it like the trafficking of human beings, the narcotics, that most people just don't understand.
In the case of children, it really scares him to just see the reality that they can go through. And for him, it's pretty horrific to see how they are murdered in many cases.
What is the downside on a secure border? What's the downside on less illegal immigration? What's the downside on less illegal drug flow? What's the downside on less women and children being sex trafficked? There's no downside. A secure border saves lives. This administration knows it. You're not going to solve it. I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. I respect every president I have ever worked for. Republican, Democrat, I respected them all because they're the president of the United States.
I want to thank Tom Homan for the great job he's done on the border and, frankly, with law enforcement. He's a cherished asset of our country. We really owe a lot, and I want to thank Tom Homan, special man. Thank you very much, Tom.
No one did more to secure this country than Donald Trump. I'm a Trump guy, not ashamed of it. Because I see what the man did. That's my hope. And I made the promise to President Trump, he comes back, I come back. Because it matters. What happens on the border matters to every American. We're going to win this battle. You got my word. And you can take that to the bank.
We are the boots on the ground, mothers, fathers, grandparents, siblings all across the United States. We're holding rallies. We're raising fentanyl awareness because when I came here on Thursday, my Uber driver had no idea what illicit fentanyl was. Not a clue. So that's why we do it. Fentanyl needs to be a household name. Every American needs to know what it is and what can happen. It causes instant death. They're being deceived and poisoned to death.
The DEA is the only agency that's going on the news and talking about this because it's a crisis like we've never seen in the history of the country. The Mexican cartels are the enemy of the children. They're killing our kids like we've never seen any terrorist organization in the history of the country do it, but yet our government's not talking. But worse yet, these kids as young as 13 years old are dying in their bedrooms and they're ordering this stuff online and Snapchat and Facebook, Instagram, and we're not getting them educated. We're not getting the Department of Education to mandate education programs. This is not a drug crisis, it's a mass poisoning crisis.
Whether it's terrorism, whether it's those seeking to come to this country doing us harm, whether it's the narcotics that are killed over 100,000 Americans, especially fentanyl, whether it's about the sex trafficking of women and children, all of this stuff matters. All of this stuff is tied to the border. And it sounds cocky, but when it comes to border security, we're in the game. And let me explain to you why I'm sitting here so frustrated. Because I'm the only one in this room with wore a green uniform and been on that line. I'm the only one in this room with found dead aliens on a trail that were abandoned by smugglers that just left them there because they weren't worth any money anymore. I'm the only one in this room that stood in the back of a tractor trailer surrounded by 19 dead aliens, including a 5-year-old little boy that suffocated in death in his father's arms. I was there. People need to understand the reason I'm so passionate about this, the reason I work so hard to this day, because it's not just about illegal immigration anymore. When you cause a crisis as big as we're dealing with right now, where you got over 5.5 million illegal entries in this country, that has resulted in, like I said, record number of Americans dying, record number of migrants are dying, record number of known suspected terrorists coming to the country, record number of women and children being sex trafficked. If people saw what I saw in my 35 years, they'd care too.
One gram of this sweet and low can kill 500 people if it was fentanyl. So it doesn't take a lot to kill. And unfortunately, the Mexican cartels are working with the Chinese transnational criminals, bringing in mass amounts of fentanyl, making fake pills. The DEA administrator reported that there was enough fentanyl seized by the DEA alone to kill everyone in America.
I called Lauren several times. She didn't answer.
Of course, they
and Hope your Saturday morning is off to a good start. We want to welcome you now to Real America's Voice special coverage, Lost Voices of Fentanyl. This is the third annual march that is taking place in D.C. It is a very serious topic, one that, frankly, you're not hearing as much about as you should on mainstream media outlets, but you will hear at Real America's Voice. Again, I'm Miranda Khan. I want to go out now to Tera Dahl, who is our contributor here, who is live in D.C. to kind of tell us a little bit about what Lost Voices of Fentanyl is all about. This is a non-for-profit organization. It is grassroots. Again, this is the third annual march taking place in D.C. Kind of got off to a little rough start there because of some weather issues. But Tera, before we go to that, just tell our viewers a little bit about what Lost Voices of Fentanyl is all about.
Good morning, Miranda. It's good to be with you. 111,000 Americans died from drug overdose between April 22 and April 23. Fentanyl accounted for 70% of those deaths. 300 families today will get a knock on the door that their loved ones are not coming home because of fentanyl. So we're here today to be able to help to give a voice to these families that came from 45 out of the 50 nations. They're expecting about 1,000 people, but the weather here in Miranda has really impacted, I think, the turnout. We're getting that tropical storm, Ophelia, but Lost Voices of Fentanyl represents families from all around the nation who have lost loved ones to fentanyl, and they're here with a very powerful message for the government and the American people that they want to see more action done to counter this deadly and lethal drug that are killing Americans and children. And so I have a special guest that I want to be able to bring in with me now. He's here, Derek Maltz. He is he's the former DEA's Director of Special Operations Division, and I'd like him to talk about what he's doing here today. Derek, it's good to be with you. Thank you for joining us. Why are you here today?
I'm here to support families from all over the country. The last I checked, there were 45 states represented, but they're trying to spread awareness and save lives. So I'm going to thank Real America's Voice for stepping up. Border 911 team is here in full strength to be able to support these families because the White House is asleep. We have the Mexican cartels operating with impunity. Our country's being invaded, and the fentanyl is spread everywhere in this country. We have poisonous substances killing kids at historic levels, and we're not even talking about it too much, right? So we're here to make sure we could support these poor families from all these states because enough is enough. How many kids have to die? 9,000 kids a month are dying, and we're not talking about it. The kids in school don't know about it. Because this is not Grandpa's opioid crisis. This is a poisoning against our kids and our future generation. The Chinese Communist Party are the ones feeding the cartels with all the chemicals, and now the cartels are making billions of dollars working with the Chinese. This is not just a public health emergency. It's a national security emergency, and all Americans should care. It's not a red or a blue issue. It's red, white, and blue. And that's why I'm proud to represent these families and help them get the voice, because right now they're just really upset because they don't understand why that nobody's even talking about this out of the White House. And they're sending deceptive messages. That's the biggest problem that I have. And one last thing I want to say. This is important. Last week, or actually this week, I was in Jamaica. The DEA hosted an annual conference, International Drug Enforcement Conference. And there were 130 countries, the largest conference ever. And guess which partner did not show up? The Mexican government. So why is that possible? We give them probably billions of dollars. The kids are being destroyed. The families are being destroyed. Our future generations are being destroyed. But yet they don't come to the conference. How do you explain that? Doesn't make sense.
And Derek has done so much for giving a voice to these families. They really call him the voice of the voiceless. And Derek, what motivates you to do everything that you do?
Great question. The courageous and dedication attitudes of all these families that are here. They work every day to go out there and fight. And they're not fighting for their kids. They're fighting so other families don't have to lose their kids. So it motivates me every day. It's an inspiration.
And what are some of the solutions that we can do to counter the fentanyl crisis?
Well, common sense solution. You got to educate the kids so they don't take the poison. That's not happening, except the families are doing it. And the second thing is we must destroy. Let me say that again. destroy the cartel's ability to produce chemical deadly substances that are killing Americans at historic levels. If we don't destroy those labs and destroy those cartels, this is going to continue because law enforcement has done a good job making seizures. I mean, look, CBP up through July has seized like 24,000 pounds of fentanyl. The DEA seized 57 million pills last year. How much do you have to seize? So we have to destroy the production capabilities. We have to shut down the money flow. We have to shut down the chemical flow. But we have to educate. And we also got to get people help. Mental illness is on the rise, anxiety, depression. If we don't get the kids help and we don't educate them, this is going to continue.
Thank you, Derek. Back to you, Miranda.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Derek a question, if I could, real quickly. You know, you mentioned the mental health aspect of it. I don't think people realize how dangerous, unless you personally have been impacted, how dangerous fentanyl is. And I'm so glad that you brought up the point about this is not your grandpa's opioid addiction problem, because it's not. And it's not that, you know, I know it's 50 times more potent than heroin, but fentanyl is in lots of things right now. It's things that it's poisonings that are happening. Explain that to our viewers who may not be aware of that there's a difference between a fentanyl overdose and a fentanyl poisoning, if you could.
Okay, so number one, the corporate cartels bombed America with 100 billion pills of opioids, so a lot of people got addicted. So I'm not like putting that as like a side issue. There's plenty of people addicted to opioids. But right now, we have a fentanyl poisoning crisis. These are not fentanyl overdoses, they're fentanyl poisonings, because most people that are actually dying, they don't know they're taking fentanyl. Yeah. They're being deceived to death. That's the bottom line. So they go out and they snort cocaine and they don't wake up because they die. Well, most of the time, I'm not advocating for snorting cocaine, but you're not going to die if you snort cocaine. But it's very harmful to your body. But now the fentanyl is going to kill you. So people that are smoking marijuana even, there's been cases of fentanyl in marijuana, fentanyl in methamphetamine. But the fake pills are everywhere. And unfortunately, Miranda, kids think that medicine's going to help them emotionally. So they take what they think is a real, you know, Xanax or Adderall or Oxycontin to feel better because they can't get mental health services in America because we're too busy giving that to the immigration, the migrants that are coming in illegally. We're giving them services, but our families can't get services. Our kids can't get services.
Right. No, you're so right. Illegal immigrants.
And by the way, one last thing, Miranda.
Go ahead.
One last thing, because this is important. China's in a new phase of killing our kids. They're now producing the xylazine, that's actually a animal tranquilizer that actually has the ability to rot human tissue. People are dying. They're rotten from inside out. It's like a horror movie we're talking about. China's also producing edenidazine, isonidazine, and all these new synthetic opiates that are more powerful than the actual fentanyl.
Good morning, everybody.
So we got to stop this madness.
Quick announcement.
We do.
We're running behind. We still got some.
And we can hear that they're a little behind schedule when it comes to this march, as Tara just pointed out, because of weather. But we're going to continue to follow it. And I want to thank Derek there for joining us there. We're going to let that get underway. But meantime, Tera Dahl in D.C. spoke with dozens of families that have been impacted by this fentanyl crisis, again, due to our open borders. Here's one family that she spoke with last night. Take a look.
Miranda, tell us your story.
I think my story is the same as any other American who's lost their child. My son was normal, he had friends, he was fairly popular at school. He loved to make people laugh. That's who he was.
Are we going back out?
Vibrant and energetic kid. He could catch on to things like that. And he liked to share it. He liked deep conversations, just about everything.
What happened?
So the summer prior to him passing away, one of his friends did introduce him and the whole friend group to marijuana. For some reason, Bruce thought that was great. I don't know why. Neither myself or my husband were ever into drugs, even as teenagers. But he thought it was pretty cool. Going forward, all his friends ever did was marijuana. Chris kept doing marijuana. We found it, the smell, not found it physically, but we could smell marijuana in our house, in his bedroom, the basement. We're like, what are you doing, Cruz? You don't do this in our house, and you don't do it. And I did talk to him about fentanyl, but always living in the Midwest, we were always the last, right? We were never the center of anything. And what we've since found out, Kansas City is a hub. It allows for the distribution amongst many of the cartels to be interchanged and be sent out from there. So even though I knew fentanyl, I talked to Cruz about it all the time. I wasn't like overly concerned, but I was concerned enough to talk to him. I heard about it on the news continuously. One night, even though he'd been stripped from his friends, stripped from any cash passing his hands because we knew he had a problem, he stole money from my husband, unbeknownst to us. We were already asleep. I usually always waited for Chris to be asleep. We knew we had a problem. I had been really busy that prior weekend, had already fallen asleep, and he contacted a dealer from Snapchat. And this is a guy he knew, and he bought a Percocet. So the one pill can kill, he was victim to that. One pill can kill. It definitely happened. We woke up the next morning at, 6:20. I went to his room and I was like, Chris is dead. I cannot believe this. I knew immediately what had happened. I knew he had thrown us over. I called my husband. My husband ran up. He tried to resuscitate him. He couldn't. Chris had been gone for hours. He had the purple marks and the veining. I already knew he was gone. I do feel like we all need to start shouting. Every single person in the United States, this is the number one killer of men 18 to 49. It's the number one killer of them. Okay, this is all coming from China. China exports it to Mexico. Mexico then, and many times in unsavory places, mixes it up in cow pens, close to manure or wherever, and they have beautiful presses. It makes the pills look even nicer, right, than the pills that they would actually buy. A real pill, the counterfeit pills look better, and they're distributed. And we all know, over 1.5 million people, illegals, have come through the border, not captured by anyone. So. Yeah.
Thank you, Rhonda.
Okay,
very much.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Wow, that is just gut-wrenching to hear Rhonda there share the story of finding her own son, Chris, who overdosed by taking a simple Percocet pill that was laced with fentanyl. But props to her because she's on a mission and she's giving a voice to the voiceless, something that Real America's Voice is all about. And this is why we're covering the lost voices of fentanyl. Again, this is our third annual march taking place in D.C. And again, that's where we find our very own Tera Dahl. Tera, that was so difficult hearing her share her story of finding her son, who simply took a Percocet, which is lots of Americans take every day, not thinking that that would be the last time that they see their loved ones. It's a painkiller, but this one was laced with fentanyl, and that's the message that they're trying to get out there today. Again, things are a little behind schedule in D.C., in large part due to weather, but you and I were talking right before this broadcast, and a lot of events were canceled because they were expecting very high winds, a lot of rain. Fortunately, this event is going on, and thankfully, because so many people need to hear the message. There's an array of speakers. If you could kind of set the stage for us of what our viewers can expect throughout the day. We mentioned Border 911. How are they involved with this? I know Tom Homan's going to be there. Again, give us a play-by-play.
Yeah, the event is a little delayed to start just because of the weather here. It's strong winds and rain, but the event is going on. The parents are passionate. They're coming out in despite of the weather because they have a strong message for the government, for the White House, and for the American people. So the weather is not stopping them. So you're going to hear from speakers such as Tom Homan will be speaking, Jason Jones will be speaking, Mark Morgan, Sarah Carter, Derek Maltz. So you're going to hear from experts in the field of Tom Homan was former ICE director. You have Jason Jones, who's going to be joining us here shortly, and he's an expert on the cartels. So you're going to be hearing also from the families. And as you just heard from the interviews last night, we spent several hours last night talking to the families, and their stories are heart-wrenching. And it is such a wake-up call to the American people that this impacts all Americans all across the nation. And so I wanted to bring in Miranda, Jason Jones, who was one of the speakers. He's with Border 911. He's a Newsmax correspondent for the border. Jason, can you join us? You're speaking today. What is going to be your message?
You know, the story that hasn't been told.
Okay, everybody, we're getting ready to start.
Of these cartels and how they've gone from organized crime into an insurgency, into terrorism.
Thank you all for
truly
coming
see
out.
them today
but we got to get ready to start. We're way behind.
In Mexico, and with that was the weaponization of fentanyl. So the fentanyl that we're seizing mostly today is not regular fentanyl.
Real America's Voice.
In Texas, it's mostly parafentanyl because they hired chemists right out of universities to change the analogs. So when you hear this term weaponization of fentanyl, they truly are now producing different strains of it, basically, and they're extremely potent. And when you go from regular fentanyl to parafentanyl to serafentanyl, what we're seeing now where they overlay xylazine in it, this is second-layer addiction. This is why we are at 111,355 deaths from this deadly drug in just a 12-month period. We've never been here as a nation. So we're here today for the families. We're here today to really show them what's happening and to hold these people who are responsible for this, and that is the Mexican cartels. The problem, though, is the story hasn't been told to the American people of what they've become and how they are responsible for this.
What are some of the solutions that can be taken like today that could help counter the fentanyl crisis?
First, we've got to go after the labs, plain and simple. These labs are now going from mega labs to micro labs as they're trying to break it up in case we designate the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. When we get the FTO designation, that's going to be a major game changer. And the reason for that is it's going to give us the authorities of what we need to go after them. I ran a lot of operations working with some of the most elite units in Mexico and to take down and degrade the Los Zetas cartel. But I can tell you, trying to do this as a law enforcement model, it will never work. We've got 40 plus years of proof of that. So if we get the authorities we need, that's where we build the unified command globally. Sinaloa is operating in 54 countries, Cartel Jalisco New Generation in 48. We're going to build a unified command, and we're bringing the best of the best to come after them, and we're going to crush them for what they've done to so many Mexican families and so many American families.
What's China's role with the chemical precursors?
Well, the chemical precursors have been coming in for many, many years. The real challenge here that Americans haven't been told, again, is that the cartels have adjusted. So right now, I can tell you they are working very closely with Bangladesh, India, and Pakistan to work around the sanctions that we're going to bring in from the United States against China. You hear from the United States about China, China, China. The problem is that the cartels at the core possess something so different. Even if you stop the chemical precursors coming in from China, not only are they working with these other nations I just mentioned, they have the logistics to bring all of this poison into the country because they have been working the narcotics into this country for many years. So they work with what we call Tier 1 gangs and U.S.-based street gangs to push that poison into the nation. So we have to go after them and we have to crush them.
Back to you, Miranda.
You know, I had a real quick question for him, if we could. We were talking about what we can do. It is so frustrating for so many Americans right now, seeing our borders wide open like we've never seen in this country's existence. The Biden administration doesn't seem to care. In fact, that seems to be their goal. even though you have mayors like of New York City, a Democrat who was for sanctuary cities, now saying, you know, we can't handle this influx, and they're coming from all over. So for real Americans that feel like illegal immigrants are being treated better than they are, because that is a reality, how do you fight against that? Like, what can real Americans do to get their voice out there and make sure that the Biden administration hears them, that Alejandro Mayorkas hears them? Because it seems like right now it's falling on deaf ears. And when I'm hearing that this is the #1 killer for young people between the ages of 49, that is frightening. And there's still, like you said, more and more strains being put out there.
Look, I will tell you, I'm a big believer that you don't have to sell the border. We don't have to sell what's happening in Mexico. All we have to do is show the American people, because this stuff sells itself. The problem is reaching the folks. You know, the major networks out there have not been showing what's really been taking place. You don't talk bad about the border. You don't talk bad about what Mexico has become and how the highest levels of Mexico have been corrupted. So from my standpoint, everything I am about is about working with cartel sources to illuminate their operations, because the more we show it, this is how we fix it. I brief a lot of congressmen and senators privately, and I will tell you they're not being told what's happening by the U.S. intelligence agency. So when you hear me say all the time on national television that what we are really witnessing is the largest U.S. intelligence failure since 9/11, I'm with these families out here. There's no doubt this country is being impacted. So that is the problem. I think that's how we can fix this at this point, because if we don't make some hard changes in the next election, if you think it's bad now, it will get a lot worse. Thanks for having me today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason, for being here today. Back to you, Miranda.
Thanks, Tara. Yeah, really disheartening to hear that, but this is why we're giving a voice to the voiceless. And speaking of voices, again, the event a little behind schedule, but they are getting ready to take to the stage. We're getting ready for the national anthem. Again, that's going to be Keith DeFontes, who is going to be doing that as well. And you're going to be hearing from several speakers, including Mark Morgan, who is the former CBP director, discussing border security and trade enforcement. Also, as Tara mentioned, she interviewed about 26 families last night that have been impacted because of the fentanyl crisis. And today, we're honoring those families by giving a voice to the voiceless. Just because the mainstream media doesn't hear you doesn't mean we don't. So let's go ahead and take to the stage as we listen to the national anthem.
Okay, everybody, April Babcock, thank you so much for coming out. I'm handing the mic over to the MC, Heidi Harris.
Good afternoon, thank you all for being here. Thank you for honoring me by asking me back to MC again. And you honor all of your loved ones by being here, because you will not allow their memories to die. And you will continue to perpetuate the message that we have got to put an end to this. So thank you all for being here. The rain is not going to dampen what you're trying to do.
You have headphones. Can you listen to this audio?
Mark Morgan, sir, you all know Mark Morgan, don't you?
You have headphones to listen to the audio?
And oversaw 60,000 employees of the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, managed a budget of over $13 million, and ensured the effective operations of the Customs and Border Protection's mission to protect national security back when they actually cared about that. Mark Morgan also served as the chief of U.S. Border Patrol. In the Obama administration was acting director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Mark, where are you, my friend? There you are.
You got to get headphones.
First of all, look at this rain. Look, maybe it's a little sappy and corny, but the way I look at this, maybe this is God's tears just joining us all, right? So screw the rain. Let's embrace the rain, all right? But there's an old quote by Jackie Robinson, a famous baseball player, that said, you know, life's not important except for the impact you make on others. That's what you're doing right here, right today. April, Virginia, that's what today is about. That's why you're here. This is about our country. This is about our friends. This is about our family. This is about our neighbors, our youth, our loved ones. That's what this is about.
And right now, we know absolutely, we know the stats, right? 100,000 Americans died from drugs. The majority of those from fentanyl. We know that the leading cause of death among those 18 to 45 is fentanyl. We can rattle off these stats every day, all day long. We know that the cartels don't give a damn about this country. I know who else doesn't give a damn about this country, and he lives in that house right there. It's about time we change that. We know every single day, the cartels, it's so frustrating for me. They know every single day they're abusing our wide open southwest borders. And we have politicians that are lying about what's actually happening. Right now, this fiscal year, we're on track right now for a 525% increase in fentanyl coming across our wide open southwest border since FY20. That's insanity. We should be joining together, all of us across this country, doing everything we can to stop those drugs from pouring into our country. But we're not doing that. We're doing the opposite. We are allowing it, absolutely, every single day. And how are we allowing this? This is another big lie. Secretary Mayorkas, right? Exactly. This is why I call him, he's one of the most evil men in this administration right now. He should be impeached, absolutely. And blood is on his hands. And I don't say that lightly. I've served 6 administrations over my 40 years, both Republican and Democrat. This isn't about politics, but it is. They're making it about politics. For their greed and their quest for perpetual political power, they are jeopardizing the safety and national security of our country. When they tell you that our borders are secure, it's a lie. It's an intentional lie. When they tell you that illegal immigration has no downside, that illegal immigration has no harm, that illegal immigration does not cause bad things, it's a lie. I am for, and Tom Holman, Jason Jones, Derek Munch, look, I know these men. They're patriots. They're incredible. We are for strong border security, but we're for legal immigration as well. That's not what this is about. What's happening at our border is about border security. And illegal immigration, though, has a downstream effect. It's not complicated. As we have millions of illegal aliens coming across our border. In the last 30 months, we've had over 9 million total nationwide encounters and gotaways in 32 months. 9 million. There's no country on the face of the planet that can sustain that effectively. And what happens? You have limited border patrol resources that are pulled off the line, away from their national security mission, relegated to administrative duties to process millions of illegal aliens. And what do you think happens? You think the cartels are back there playing tiddlywinks? No. We're literally handing operational control of our border on a silver platter to the cartels. That's happening every single day. There are areas along the southwest border where there are no border patrol agents. Just before I got here this morning, I got information from a border patrol agent, retired. And he said right now, there's a sector, I'm not going to name it, but there's a sector right now where they're told, get off the line, stop enforcement, get back to process illegal aliens because the facilities are overcrowded. We have nobody on our borders. So the cartels exploit that. And drugs, criminals, and national security threats are pouring across every single day. That's the truth. And this secretary, this White House, the liberal media, they're lying to you. And we are dying every single day because of it. And another big lie that's out there, as politicians, as the secretary, as the president, is lying to you. They're lying to you saying our borders are open. They're lying to you that saying illegal immigration has no downside. They're lying to you. When was the last time you heard them talk about the number of individuals that have died from fentanyl? When? When is the last time, Secretary Marcus? Right? Never, never. It's unconscionable to me. And so as they're lying to you again and again and again, and they'll tell you our borders are secure, our borders are secure, there's no downside. But yet it's the same politicians that are going to tell you, but hey, let's hand out crack pipes. Let's put fentanyl strips in vending machines. That's the answer, right? Now look, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that there's not a treatment element. That's not what I'm saying. That's an important element. There's an important element of awareness. But the last time I checked, when I watched Rebecca, and she testified in front of Congress, and she lost her 2 boys, she was great. She went after the Cato Institute, the little idiot that was testifying, and he was talking about, there she is, she was talking about, you're my hero. So she was talking about, when the Cato said, he's talking about that we have this insatiable appetite in the country. Like it's our fault that we're dying from drugs. And your response was great. My boys did not have an insatiable appetite for fentanyl. They were not addicted to fentanyl. That's the narrative we have to change. So the answer is not fentanyl strips in vending machines. The answer is not handing out crack pipes. Our treatment is, number 1, wipe the cartels off the face of the planet. Hold China and Mexico accountable. We know, here's what we know. This is not hyperbole, this is fact. This isn't conjecture. We know that China sends precursor chemicals to Mexico, to the cartels. We know what ports they go into. We know where they go. We know the super meth labs in Mexico. We know where they're located. We know they're manufacturing synthetic drugs. We know they're lacing drugs with fentanyl that they manufacture in Mexico. And we know they're pushing across our wide open southwest border. So why is it that man in that White House, when this week is in the UN, why isn't he calling out China and Mexico? Right? He shuts there, doesn't mention a word. As he's up there this week, we have more Americans that are dying. That's the treatment program we have. Every day, every day. So I'm going to leave you with this. Look, this matters. The question I have to you, rhetorical question, what are you going to do when you leave today? What are you going to do? Are you just going to get together and feel good about today? No, it's not enough. We've got to take action. It's the grassroots. It's you. You matter. Go back to your homes. Go back to your communities. Make sure that your politicians aren't lying. Let me put this to you right now. If you have a politician in your state, if that politician says that our borders are secure, that our borders are not open, that illegal immigration has no downside, you should be doing everything in your power to make sure that that individual never gets reelected and never sets foot in that Capitol again. Enough is enough. How many more people are going to die? We have to secure our borders. We have to go after the cartels with everything we have. And look, I don't give a crap whether we call them terrorist organizations or not, but here's what I do know. We've gone after the cartels for 30 years with the traditional criminal enterprise theory of investigation, and it's failed for 30 years. We should go after them with the same level of tenacity, commitment, resources, and everything that we have from a whole of government approach, just like we do terrorist organizations, to wipe them off the face of the planet. And the next thing I know is, what I don't want to hear is this White House to sit back as a Mexican president lectures us about our issues while he maintains that he lets the cartels operate freely in his environment as they corruptly take money every single day from those same cartels, and we also have to hold them responsible. So I'm going to end, and I'm just going to say, again, you know what? I'm glad it's raining, right? Let's embrace it. And again, thank you. Thank you for you being here. I can't express. I have not lost personally someone to fentanyl. And I'm not going to stand up here and try to even imagine what it feels like for you. But I do know that we can fix this. Look, and I'm not trying to be political, but under President Trump, we had the most secure border in our lifetime. Hands down. We had people like Derek and Tom Holman. I know Jason. I know you'll come back, right? Look. This is not rocket science. We know it. We've got the playbook. We can secure the border. We can stop criminals. We can stop national security threats, and we can stop fentanyl from coming into our country, killing our Americans. With that, I'll leave you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And by the way, it shouldn't be a political issue. The border, right? Security, having our nation be secure, it shouldn't be a left or right issue, obviously. Jason Jones is here. He's been look how like polished he looks here. Like you're not out here with the rest of us or what? What's the deal? Thought you were a congressman dressed like that. He's been responsible for leading multiple investigations targeting Mexican cartel leadership and collaborating closely with the U.S. intelligence community to save numerous lives in both Mexico and the United States. He's a retired captain from the Texas Department of Public Safety's Intelligence and Counterterrorism Division. Jason Jones.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, how's my volume? Can you hear me okay? Good. When I came up here today, I thought, what can I tell you that you haven't heard that you should have heard from the United States government? And one thing you need to know is that what we are really witnessing at your southwest border and in Mexico is the largest U.S. intelligence failure since 9/11. I want to be very clear here. It is the largest U.S. intelligence failure since 9/11. And what these cartels truly represent is unprecedented. And I want to walk you through what you should have been told. And this is exactly why when I retired, I went public in 2016 to designate the Mexican cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And if you would have told me that I would be here 7 years later, still trying to get this done, I would have never believed it possible, ever. The Mexican cartels were organized crime prior to 2006. That is when Ocio Cardenas, with the Gulf Cartel, began bringing in special forces known as the Los Zetas to work under him. And what they brought that you should have been told and the U.S. intelligence agencies missed were two things: tradecraft and discipline. And it forced all the other cartels to rise or fall. And this is why violence in Mexico has spread across the nation. And we were fighting that at the border. While our nation was looking to the Middle East, at your border, we were dealing with major engagements of battle lasting hours, 6, 10, 12-hour battles on your southwest border, 50 caliber belt-fed machine guns, armored vehicles, 40 millimeter grenades, surface-to-air missiles, things we were stunned by, and no one was listening. And I'm screaming at Washington, and I'm coming up here as a captain at the time, and I'm saying, we have got problems at the border, and they'd say to me all the time, Jason, we hear you. We want you to know that we hear you. We're listening, but we just don't see it. Because the data system in this country did not illuminate what we were seeing and how this was coming to our border. And we were trying to illuminate it. From there, they went into an insurgency. This was what that was, that they were fighting each other for control. Then they went into terrorism. If you look up the Allende massacre of 300 men, women, and children, then the 72 migrants that were killed in San Fernando, I worked all of those things. And I'm screaming to Washington as a captain, and I'm saying, we've got problems. It is coming our way. Jason, we hear you. We just don't see it. And as long as it stays in Mexico. From there to where we truly see them today as a parallel government. And why we were warning was because the fentanyl that was fixing to cross, we knew what it was going to bring. The first indicator that you should have been told of what was coming was in 2015. CBP seized the first amount of fentanyl. It was 70 pounds at your southwest border. And there were intelligence estimates saying, my God, if they weaponize this, they could kill 100,000 Americans a year. We're far beyond that now, and yet nothing has been done. Ladies and gentlemen, the weaponization of fentanyl is real. The problem is they have not told you how they did it. They hired chemists, the Sinaloa cartel, specifically the Los Chapitos cell, the sons of Chapo Guzman, hired chemists in 2019 out of universities. Their job was to change how they manufactured fentanyl and the analogs within it. This is why in Texas right now, mostly what we are seizing is parafentanyl. They've gone from regular fentanyl to parafentanyl to serafentanyl, and now mixing xylazine within this drug. It is not a drug, it's a poison. And your government has not adjusted to it. I will tell you this, and you need to hear me on this. This will get worse before it gets better, because we have not built the programs to go after these cartels yet. But I will tell you this, people are going to tell you that I'm the best at the cartels. That is wrong. The best of the best are my closest friends. And we together annihilated the Los Zetas. We built programs to go after them, and we know exactly what needs to be done to crush them. So I want to tell you this, and I want to leave you with hope today. I want to tell you what's coming. Tom Homan, Mark Morgan, Derek Maltz, and many of the men here today, Victor Avila and many of them, we are uniting. And we are going to build the best of the best around the world. You see, what I'm known for is not the cartels within the community. I'm known for bringing the U.S. intelligence agencies together, federal law enforcement, state police, and Mexican government officials, and some of the most elite special forces in Mexico to crush them. And I promise you right now, with everything I am, I've been doing this for 7 years, going public out of my own pocket. I am telling you, we are going to build a unified command of the world's best. We're going to designate these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And the last thing you are going to want to be anywhere in the world is a cartel member, because we're coming for them. God bless you all. I am so sorry for what you have been through and what your families have been through. But for what is coming for these people, for what they have done to you, for what they have done to so many Mexican families, we are going to end them. God bless you all, and thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you, Jason. Very powerful stuff. Gerald Posner's here. He's an attorney, author of 13 acclaimed books, and really important, in 2020, put out a book called Pharma, which is described as a withering and encyclopedic indictment of a drug industry that often seems to prioritize profits over patients. We all know that. How many parents have I talked to in the last couple days who are just, besides all the tragedy you've all suffered, what we see the pharmaceutical industry doing is just criminal. Counselor, come join us. Attorney Gerald Posner. How are you, sir?
Thank you very, very much. April, Virginia, all of the volunteers of Lost Voices of Fentanyl, for what you do. You aren't professional organizers. You're not people who come out and set this up. You do it because you are parents, as all of you are, who have lost sons and daughters to this poison of fentanyl, and you're forced to do it because our leaders don't take care of it, and instead you're here to try to prevent further poisonings by fentanyl so other parents aren't in this situation. You know, Jason's great, Mark's great, all of the fellows who are talking afterwards, the men and women are super, but where's Mitch McConnell? Where's Schumer? Where's somebody from the White House? You shouldn't be here on the National Mall, gathered here in the rain. You should be invited into the White House, whether it's a Democrat or Republican, to talk to you and to tell you what they think they might be able to do about this. I wrote about fentanyl. Some of you may not know this. I mean, I'm a journalist, and together with my wife, Tricia, we went in the late 1980s to the Golden Triangle because we were writing a book about the heroin trade, China White. And we worked with the DEA at the time. They were absolutely fantastic. Ben Yarborough, a fellow who would have been here today, Mike Bansmere, just died of cancer last week. Years of fighting it. He was an absolute warrior. Those fellows took us into the heroin fields. We wrote a book about it, and they told me about designer drugs, methamphetamine, and a drug called fentanyl, which I had never heard of. And in 1988, there were 18 addicts that died in Pittsburgh because their heroin had fentanyl mixed in. A lot of people forget about that. There were 400 people in California that ended up getting Parkinson's-like disease because of fentanyl being mixed into drugs. And I had an article in which those DEA agents and at headquarters told me about this new drug that was coming into cities and affecting some college campuses. And guess what? I submitted it. It got turned down by the New York Times. It got turned down by the Washington Post. Vanity Fair wasn't interested. Rolling Stone, no way. Mother Jones, no. And it finally got printed in Penthouse magazine, of all places. They were the ones that took it. And you know what? It talked about fentanyl, what it was, what the analogs were, and there's a quote, 2 quotes in there. I'm going to read you from that article. This is in January of 1990, so we're talking coming 34 years ago. People don't know about it today. A prosecutor in California said to me, "All you have is a bunch of burned out hippie chemists left over from the 60s, each doing his own thing and making up pretty much potent batches of drugs. And then you have the Hells Angels out here in California doing their own distribution. But that's about it. The big players haven't seen the potential and moved in yet." And what did a DEA analyst say to me? It's only a matter of time. Once the large drug empires take on designer drugs and fentanyl, it's their next marketable product. It will explode. So we heard that years ago. And those agents, that prosecutor, me writing that piece, being back then, I couldn't have imagined it would get as bad as it has gotten today. While one thing has stayed the same, the mainstream media still ignores it. That's remarkable. The same groups of people that weren't interested then aren't interested now. I call up other reporters. I write to them. I send them the press release on this. And it's a whole bunch of reasons why they aren't interested. Some think it's about addiction. It's not. We know that. There are people dying time and time again who don't even know that they've taken something that's mixed with fentanyl. The others, it's about politics. The minute you say the southern border, they think you're talking about politics. They don't understand this, that fentanyl poisons Democrats and it poisons Republicans. It doesn't care about whether you're Catholic, Jewish, Christian, Muslim. It's an equal opportunity poison. And what we are saying and what is the truth, and it's just the facts, is that I don't care how you describe it, but fentanyl is pouring over the southern border, and something is wrong. If you want to say tomorrow that there won't be one migrant crossing, even though tens of thousands of them are forced to become drug mules so they can pay back the fees to the cartels for bringing them over here in the first place. But even if you didn't have one migrant crossing, you'd still have fentanyl pouring in through the underground tunnels and everything else that the cartels have made over the years. And there's also a thing in the media in which reporters and people think, and this is human nature, it's not going to affect my family. And boy, we can all tell them that's wrong. I tell you how many of people that I meet who never were thinking about fentanyl, and it comes in out of the blue and takes away somebody that's a loved one. What about our own leaders? Let me tell you, I'm sorry to be Debbie Downer, but I believe there's a bilateral failure in Washington. It's both sides of the aisle have problems on this issue. And there aren't simple fixes. There's no one magic wand I'm going to wave. I've been studying this for years. It's going to make the difference. You heard from Mark and Jason on the important things. Yes, it would be fantastic if we had the cartels declared terrorist organizations. And I have to tell you something as a non-practicing lawyer, but I know this. I also did a book on 9/11 called Why America Slept. A couple of years later, how the CIA and the FBI missed the signs that the terror attack was coming. And I did a book on Saudi Arabia and Islamic terrorism, and I know something. When you declare an organization a terror organization, we've done that with 30 of the Islamic terror organizations, you give the government an enhanced enforcement rule called material support. It's fantastic if you're going after the bad guys. Material support says that if you've given them a contribution through a charity, you've given them a little bit of money, you've helped them on logistics, you've made a telephone call to get them, you can prosecute them under the Terror Act, you can lock them up for 20 and 30 years. And we have sent thousands of people away on Islamic terrorism for organizations that were deemed terror groups. You name them that way, and we're going to make a difference now. What do people say against that? They say, oh, wow, wait a minute. Oh, we've got 1 million Americans living in Mexico. If we do that, the cartels will move against them. We do $750 billion a year in trade with Mexico. 5 can't name organizations. That's the debate. Up that possibility, and then maybe the Mexican government does something. So, you want to know how bad this gets? In May, many of you may know, you might remember the day the data was released in which it said, it was such a sobering moment for Tricia and for me, that this last year, the number of children who died from fentanyl was 30 times greater than when they started to collect the data in 2013. So in 8 years, we've gone to 30 times greater number of children dying. And on that very day in California, the state assembly took up 3 bills to enhance penalties for fentanyl, and they defeated all 3. 18 votes for, 45 against, almost on party lines. Democrats control it. They voted against it. First one, would have made it illegal to sell fentanyl on social media. Boy, that sounds like a no-brainer to me, but it got turned down. Second one, would have added an enhancement of 3 to 5 years to a prison sentence if you sold fentanyl and it caused serious bodily injury. All right? Turned down. And the third one said, if you're caught with 28.35 grams of fentanyl, a full ounce, which you know can kill up to 14,000 people, about 28 grams, and it's with intent to sell, they're going to give you an enhancement of another 3 or 6 years. And why, by the way, which is I find the most interesting part, because they
Earlier, you heard from Tera Dahl, who was live on the ground there, Real America's Voice contributor there. She spoke to 26 different families who were there wanting to make sure that their voice is heard, that the word is getting out there about how dangerous fentanyl is. And here is one of those families right now.
Miranda, can you tell us about your son?
Yes, we lost our son in October of 2022 to fentanyl. Of course, it is absolutely tearing America apart. It's mass destruction right now. He had been clean for over a year, and one dose of something that he thought was an opiate took his life. And unfortunately, I found him.
You guys are here and are going to the White House. What's your message for the White House?
We have to spread this message. We have to get some help. There has to be something done because it's mass destruction right now. It's lethal, and it's just going on. We've been told that this year the numbers here have tripled. There's like 300 people every day dying of a fentanyl. It's not overdose, it's a toxicity. One pill is not overdose, one pill is toxicity. This is lethal and it's killing people, and we have got to get some help, and people have got to do something. Otherwise, it's going to increase in numbers. It's continuing to increase every single day.
What's your message to the American people?
American people, I don't know, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, please help us. Please stop these illegal people coming across the border and bring these drugs.
And there again, you just heard one family there describing their tragic loss to fentanyl. So far, there's been enough fentanyl seized in the United States to kill every American 7 times over, which is why organizations like Lost Voices of Fentanyl are so important. This is a grassroots organization. Again, they're having their 3rd march taking place right now, live here in D.C. And something that we always aim to do on this network is to give a voice to the voiceless, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Let's go back to our live coverage.
So this chick right here, who is, without her, I mean, she's incredible. She's been out here since, 5 o'clock this morning? Moving stuff around, tents and all this craziness, and just going, she's like the den mother of this. So God bless April Babcock. She's shy, but, Ladies and gentlemen, Ed Bish is here. Hi.
Thank you, April, for giving me a minute. Yesterday, in front of the DOJ, Relatives Against Purdue Pharma, which was founded in 2003. 2001, my son did an Oxycontin at a party, went to sleep, and never woke up. When I first met April on her message on the Lost Voices group, she said, Ed, so many fentanyl parents had the same thing. The first time I heard the word Oxycontin, my son was dead from it. And sadly here, I'm sure some people say the same thing about fentanyl. But my message is to remind all you fentanyl parents that this started with Purdue Pharma and Oxycontin and flooding the nation. So without justice, back then, it took them 20 years to rein in Purdue. If it takes them 20 years to handle fentanyl, there's going to be 1 million a year dying. So please help me. On Lost Voices of Fentanyl, I will post how to send a message to DOJ. Send a message to the DOJ that you want justice for the opioid epidemic and the Sacklers are responsible. Follow the evidence. Simple one line. Follow the evidence. Right now on Netflix, watch the show Painkiller. On Hulu, watch the show Dope Sick. And please help me, help the parents. Many of you were at my rally yesterday calling for justice. And without justice, how this started, they're going to keep on screwing this up. Thank you.
Oh, I feel like a princess here at this treatment. Tom Homan's here. You all know Tom Homan. And he needs no introduction, but I'm going to give him one anyway. Has had a long and distinguished career in law enforcement. federal level, this mic's going to go out from rain, but we're not going to let it. And I have a big mouth anyway, so we'll be okay, even if the mic does go out. Prior to this role, he was director of ICE enforcement and removal operations. Removal, back when we used to do removals. Remember that? Yeah. He also held positions with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and Border Patrol and began his law enforcement career as a police officer in West Carthage, New York. Tom Homan. How are you, sir?
Can I see the pictures of all your loved ones, please? The TV cameras need to catch this. God bless them, each and every one. I'm so sorry for your loss. Like Mark Morgan, I've been blessed not to bury my children. I don't understand how you survive with the losses you had. I wake up every day pissed off. Because this guy in the White House is the first president in the history of this nation who came into office and unsecured a border. With all due respect, Mr. President, we don't need Congress, we need Trump. We need President Trump. I talked to the president yesterday. He gives his well wishes to all you and his love. This administration came into power and unsecured the most secure border we've ever had. Me and Mark Morgan and other people that worked for President Trump, we worked our asses off. Illegal immigration was down 83%. Illegal immigration at a 45-year low. When 83% less people are coming, that means the Border Patrol's on the line doing their job, seizing fentanyl, arresting terrorists, arresting criminals, arresting gang members. That's why you didn't see this mess under President Trump. The border was secure. But this president came in and unsecured a border on purpose. This isn't incompetence. This is by design. Because they think these millions of people are going to be future Democratic voters, but they don't have to even get there. Because when President Biden signed 90 executive orders destroying everything me and Morgan worked on, what else did he do? He overturned the Trump census rule, which means these millions of people will be counted in the next census in sanctuary cities. So when we reproportionate House seats in the House of Representatives, that means more seats for the Democrats. They don't even have to vote. They got a plan. They sold our national security out for future political power. And shame on them. Because of what they did, we got a record number of Americans died dead from fentanyl. And they weren't overdosed, they were poisoned by China. And what is Biden done to China? Not a friggin' thing. President Trump would have took action. What has he done to Mexico? Not a damn thing. President Trump would have set a Hellfire missile down there and take the cartels out. President Trump was one badass president. And I can't wait for January 2025. When he walks in the White House, I'll be right behind him. What this president has done is caused a record number of migrants have died, over 1,700, a historical record. A record number of Americans have died. A record number, as of today, 2.3 million people enter the country illegally this year. Every year he's been in office, we've had a historic record. First year, 1.7. Numbers we've never seen before, historic numbers. We went from the most secure border in my lifetime to a historic record. I did this. Look, I started in border until 1984. I spent 34 years on border security and immigration enforcement, national security. I've never seen an administration come in and say, let's unsecure the border. We want more illegal immigration. We want more poisoning deaths. We want more non-suspected terrorists crossing the border. We want the cartels to make billions of dollars or more. We want more women and children to be sex trafficked. Think about what the president of the United States, this guy has done. I worked for 6 presidents. I started with Ronald Reagan when I was a Border Patrol agent. I worked for 6 presidents. I respected every president I ever worked for. Even Clinton and Obama took some steps to secure the border because they understood you can't have national security without border security. So they took some steps, but no one did more than President Trump. But Joe Biden, as I said before, came into office and unsecured a border. I respect every president I ever worked for. And as an American, as a man who loves this country, for the first time in my life, I gotta say, I don't respect our president. No, there's no damn way you can respect the man. And Secretary Mayorkas, He should have been impeached 2 years ago. That's the man, that man needs to be taken out of office, and he's going to retire because this administration won't get reelected. Secretary Mayorkas is going to retire as the Secretary of Homeland Security with a reputation that not a single law enforcement officer under his command has respect one for him. None of them. The Border Agents, no respect for him. ICE agents, no respect for him. Secret Service, no respect for him. None of the law enforcement officers under Secretary Marcus respect him. President Trump has made a commitment to us. President Trump knows how to secure the border. We did it. President Trump has my I'm so devoted to this man. I worked for 6 presidents. I never worked for a man. I've been in the Oval Office many times. I've been on Air Force One with him many times. I've been with him many times in the last 3 years, planning our comeback. And it's coming. It's coming. Throughout my career in border security, I've held dying children. I've held dead children. I talked to women, girls as young as 9 who were raped multiple times by the cartels. Until you look in a little girl's eyes that's 9 years old and talk to her about a bunch of men crawling on her, taking everything innocent from her. When you look in that little girl's eyes, you see her eyes are no longer hopeful. Her sense of humanity is gone. Everything innocent about her has been stolen. While we're doing this event right now, because this border is wide open, because this administration has empowered the cartels, while we're sitting here right now talking, a child's being raped by the criminal cartels. Women are being raped by the criminal cartels. A child or a female will die today crossing the border. Their alien smuggling organizations will create another rape tree where they rape women and hang their panties in the tree as a trophy. That's right. That is right. I've seen pictures. For those who think, anybody thinks I'm full of shit, then wear my shoes for 34 years. Everything I say is factual. I've seen it. Children are dying every day on this border. Women are being raped, and this administration ain't doing a damn thing about it. A record year this year. I am pissed off. I wake up every day pissed off because there's more people dying every day. And now Americans are dying because no action is being taken from China or Mexico. I guarantee you, President Trump is committed. He comes back, he will designate a terror organization. He will spend special ops down in Mexico. Because the Mexican president don't want to do anything, we're going to do something. And he is committed to it. We need the man back. And I'll promise you one thing. You got my word right now. He comes back, I come back, we fix this shit. Once and for all. You got my word. And I can't wait. I can't wait to come back and let the men and women of the Border Patrol do their job. They know how to secure the border. They did it under President Trump. They'll do it again. So God bless you for everything you're doing here today. God bless President Trump. And let's make sure we make some action. I'm asking all you get out. Don't, as Mark Morgan said, today shouldn't be the last day. Raise hell. Raise hell. We just started, as Jason Jones said, we just started Border 911. I started this nonprofit venture. I got the smartest border experts on the planet. With Mark Morgan, with Derek Maltz, with Victor Avila, Jason Jones, Sarah Carter. We got the strongest team. Like I said, I've been doing this 34 years. I grabbed the smartest border security experts I know. And we formed Border 911. We're going to spend the next year traveling around this country, doing what we're doing here, educating American people. Regardless what your opinion is on illegal immigration, when you cause a crisis this big, that's when a record amount of terrorists coming across the country. That's when a record amount of women and children get sex trafficked. That's when a record amount of fentanyl comes across the border that's poisoning our young people. That's why border security matters. Fentanyl is the biggest issue facing this nation. It is catastrophe. Our children are being murdered. They're being poisoned. It's got to stop. And I know a guy's going to stop it. the greatest president in my lifetime, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate that. Absolutely right. Jim Raw is here. You all know Jim. He lost his son. He's a fentanyl father. Lost his son, Thomas. And he founded Families Against Fentanyl. Jim, where are you? I don't recognize anybody today because everyone's wearing these things. So a lot of the people I know. Oh, there you are, sir. Welcome. Glad to have you.
I'm sorry all of us have to gather here like this. This is terrible. You know, our objective is to have fentanyl declared a weapon of mass destruction. This will change the government's response from nothing, from evasion to duty. And it'll give us accountability so we can hold the government responsible for what they're doing. This will have real effect. We'll be able to interdict this material before it even gets here. I lost my son, we lost our son, in 2015 to a lethal dose of acetylfentanyl. In 2018, our Justice Department went to China and prosecuted the Zhangs for his murder and the murder of another Akronite. They prosecuted the Zhangs for 3 days in the Ministry of Justice, and after 15 minutes of deliberation, they were set free. Our contingent came back to the United States brokenhearted, and the fentanyl party was on. They started shipping this material in mass quantities to our country from China, and now the Zhangs are in Mexico working along with the cartels, mass producing this fentanyl and shipping it to us in this deadly poisonous form. What we're doing now is trying to make the people aware that this is able to be dispersed not only through this slow motion weapon of mass destruction that's killing hundreds of thousands of people since my son was killed, year after year after year, hundreds of thousands adding up, and they're turning a blind eye to this. We're able to stop this material. It's made from aniline, which is going for 66 cents a pound. This material is a base chemical for manufacturing polyurethanes and all types of other basic chemicals, and they're taking this material, reacting it down in Mexico, and flooding this material into our country. And I'm afraid that it's going to be deployed not only through the slow motion methodology, but through drones, through dispersion into the air, food, or water. It'll destroy our national security unless we get our hands on this and put an end to it. We need to make the government aware that we're aware of what this potential is and that it's intolerable. We can't tolerate this. It can't go on and on and on and on because it can be done in an organized way or it can be done by a rogue individual. And it'll upset the full balance of our country. It won't be safe to go into any enclosed environment. No schools. You'll look and wonder over every single football or baseball game if a drone is showing up. And will that drone drop fentanyl upon our children or on the professional athletes? We're able to stop this before it happens. And it's going to happen. The more and more the material is showing up. We did the statistics to show that it's the #1 killer of 18 to 45-year-olds. And that statistic was contested, saying that's not true. That's not true. It's not for real, but it is for real. And that demographic is getting wider and wider and wider. And in spite of all the best efforts and all the Narcan that's being delivered, more and more children and people are dying every day. We thought that it would level off, but even in this last year, after administrations of probably millions of doses of Narcan, this has gone even higher, even higher. And now babies and children are being killed by incidental contact that shows the prevalence of this material in the society. They're not taking this on purpose. They're bumping into it. They're running into it. They're on their sleeping mats, just like the poor little child in New York City. And it's happening day after day after day, and they continue to turn a blind eye to this. This WMD designation makes them stand up to this problem. It makes them confront what's happening inside of our country. And they're allowing this, so I don't know if it's a replacement scheme. Are we going to kill all the certain class of people and then replace them with migrants? Is this a plan? This is a continuous evasion of a sacred duty that our federal government has. Our local governments are busting their ass trying to stop this. The cops on the street, the people in the emergency rooms, they're all fed up with this. And they pray to God, what's going to happen next? What's going to happen next? When will this stop? It's not stopping, but it can be stopped. It can be stopped, and it can be stopped dead. With people like have been speaking before me, we can activate the military, we can activate our intelligence, we can activate every form of force that the United States government can muster, and we can provide harm reduction, we can provide education, we can provide all those things through the programs that the government is able to enact. This is not just a slogan. This carries huge weight with various forms of the military that are already dedicated to a response to a weapon of mass destruction. There's DITRA and several other things where there are tens of thousands of people waiting right now to react. We've got billions of dollars set up for a response to WMD, agency after agency after agency. And this is a necessary thing that needs to be done in the most immediate of ways. We need to all say this together. It can't be just a one person, one group thing. Every group, every person, everything has to say, this is a weapon of mass destruction. You're allowing this to happen. These cartels are foreign terrorist organizations, and we're tired of putting up with this murder of our people, the disintegration of our national security, and it's costing us trillions of dollars a day. So even if their own mercenary hearts can't understand that it's the lives, it's the money too, you sons of bitches. We can do something about this, and we will do something about it, because every one of your voices matter, every single one. And when we stand up to this, we make a difference. Every time we stand up, it makes them quiver. Like, oh my gosh, maybe they'll really get serious about this. Maybe something will really get done, and they'll be forced to do it. It's time. It's time for us to make this happen. I want to thank you all very much for your cooperation, for all of your bravery coming out here. I think you're all fantastic. I love you.
Thank you, Jim. Love the passion. All right, we're going to have a real live congressman, and I love this because this is Congressman Warren Davidson from Ohio's 8th District. But here's the great thing about Congress. This guy's amazing. Not only is he a veteran, he actually knows how to run a business because he did it for many years. Can we use more of that in Congress, please? Right? Absolutely. Now, he has introduced the Stop Cartels Act. This bill is named after Lizzie Murphy, who died from fentanyl poisoning. So joining us on the stage will be Congressman Warren Davidson from Ohio's 8th District. Mark Murphy is here, whose daughter Lizzie Murphy passed away from fentanyl. And the congressman's wife, Lisa, will also be here. I want to also mention with the congressman, went to West Point. Oh my gosh, this guy's got such a resume. He led the Old Guard as a first officer, the 75th Ranger Regiment, and the 101st Airborne Division. Oh, that's all. Come on up, gang. Glad to have you all here.
Hey, thanks for, I didn't actually get to lead the whole unit. I did get to serve in those units. But look, it is an honor to get to stand here as a member of Congress, something I never thought I'd get to do. It's a different way to serve the country. When I said I was coming back, it was a sort of a way to return to active duty. And, you know, there are thankfully a lot of people that have that same mindset. Now, it's not a majority, but it's at least dozens, and that's something. And I think it's important to say that, because so many times when you watch the news, you'll hear no one's fighting, no one's doing anything, and that's just not true. Now, and I think it's meant to give people despair, and you shouldn't despair. You should have hope. There are people fighting. Now, let's talk about the tragic situation. I'm standing here with my good friend Mark Murphy and his daughter, who lost her sister. No one should ever have to hear, Mom and Dad, Lizzie is dead. She took a fentanyl-laced Xanax. Now, took a Xanax at a party. Not necessarily a great idea, but it's not supposed to kill you. It was poisoned with fentanyl, and you all know more than anyone how tragic that is, how painful it is, and how real it is. How many times all over the United States of America that's happening? Over 70,000 times last year. And they state the number over 100,000 overdoses, and this is very different than an overdose. So we need to keep pushing that message, and we need to push it in the United States of America, and frankly, we need to push it in Mexico. So we're fighting to make sure that the Mexican people stop providing any support to the cartels that are destroying their country. The reality is cartels control virtually everything in Mexico, and we have a broken political system in the United States of America. Is that a surprise to anyone today? Of course not. But the debate has for a long time been broken over border security versus immigration. And both of them really are broken, but I'm like, can we at least agree to stop the cartels? So last summer, I introduced a bill called the Stop the Cartels Act and very quickly renamed it to the Lizzie Murphy Act to Stop the Cartels in honor of Mark's daughter, Lizzie. So right as we were introducing it, the New York Times, not normally an ally in this fight, published some investigative journalism that said that under Donald Trump, the cartels were making about $500 million smuggling people across the border. At that point in time, in July of 2021, the cartels were already making over $13 billion smuggling people across the border. That's just the people part, right? So 26x. Now imagine any business you're in growing 26 times in a year and a half. The cartels are killing it just on that. But they're also killing it on the business end with drugs. China's supplying the fentanyl. And here's the crazy thing. While we have sanctions bills that we've passed in Congress, this administration has not sanctioned a single named individual. And look, that's an issue. Sometimes we're fighting Russia, we're worrying about Iran, we're worrying about North Korea. All these people have sanctions against individuals, against companies, in some cases against the entire country. But in Mexico, in China, we could be targeting this because they're in it for the money. It's not like some jihad war where the ideology is driving it. They're doing it for the money. So if we choke off the money, we can change the behavior. There are a lot of things like that in this bill, but here's the good news. The House of Representatives has taken my bill and numerous other bills and put them together into something called H.R. 2. H.R. 2 is our House bill that Republicans passed. And unfortunately, it's a standalone bill. It's a total party line vote. And right now, we're fighting to say, if there is going to be a government shutdown, can we at least attach H.R. 2 so that we can stop the cartels? Well, that's my fight. It's the number one most existential threat to our country right now, even bigger than the debt. We are going to go bankrupt at some point if we stay on the course we're on. But the policies are destroying our country, and that's what they're designed to do. Speaker after speaker has come up here and told you. Many of you have had the opportunity to go to the border and see it firsthand. And the reality, these policies are designed to do what they're doing, which is flooding our country with people. And it's not just the people, it's the other things. And look, I wish this wasn't a partisan issue, but the reality is there are no Republican-controlled sanctuary cities. No, we do need to impeach Biden. We need to impeach Mayorkas. And we need to stop the cartels. Thank you for coming here and make your voices heard. And thank you for doing the work that it takes, not just in this setting, but in the kinds of meetings that Mark does, that so many of you do. Get on your representatives' calendars, both here in D.C., back home, wherever you live, and let's build the groundswell so that the country can truly come together and stop this poison from killing our fellow citizens. God bless you all. My heart goes out to each and every one of you who's lost a family member or loved one, and God bless this great country. Thank you.
Nice to see somebody doing something in Congress, isn't it, for a change? Refreshing. We could just get everybody on board that. This should not be difficult, people. Derek Maltz is here. Everybody knows Derek Maltz, right? We're working on his personality. Doesn't have much of that, but not a lot of passion either. We were just talking about you today in the Uber, Derek, I want you to know. Here's a guy who spent 28 years with the DEA, okay? He could be doing anything. He could be fishing. He could be sitting on a yacht. He didn't have to do this. But you guys are his passion. These families are his passion. It tears his heart out when he hears these stories. And he's just worked tirelessly on your behalf for no other reason other than he cares and he loves you guys. Derek Maltz.
Thank you, Heidi. Thank you, Heidi. And thank you, April and Virginia. Lost Voices of Fentanyl, amazing. The rain was not going to stop this crowd. Your kids are watching and they love what they're seeing. Your grandkids, your nephews, your nieces. So let me start off by saying there's somebody here, I never met her, from Montana, Julie Knapp. Where's Julie Knapp? Thank you. So Julie Knapp was interviewed. She lost a beautiful daughter, okay? But listen to this. She said in the news something. This is a human issue. I say this is not red or blue. This is red, white, and blue. Every American should care. Now, what I will say is that I'm very honored to be part of the Border 911 team because the ladies and gentlemen as part of this team are experts. Okay, I was asked to be part of Tom Homan's team. Tom Homan worked his life to keep America safe, okay? Mark Morgan, Jason Jones, right? Sarah Carter. But let me tell you, Victor Avila was ambushed by the cartels, and he's here. His partner was killed, Jaime Zapata. Where's Victor? Okay, so I didn't have this plan, but this is why I do what I do. This little boy, Cash, 3 years old, in the coffin with his mom, Ashley Green, over there from Kentucky. Okay? The kids are dying, the little kids. They're innocent kids. They're not overdosing on fentanyl. They're getting poisoned. Okay? Look at this beautiful girl. I'm just seeing right here, Lauren's wish. Do you know Lauren? All her friends were dying in West Virginia. Okay? These young kids on the opioids. And Lauren told her father, Michael, right here in the front row, all she wanted was Dad to open up a rehabilitation center to save the kids. And what did he do after his daughter unfortunately died? Lauren Cole's wish came true because of these great Americans. They came here because we're trying to save lives. Look at these babies here. This is innocence. The daycare center in New York. Everyone saw the news, right? Everyone saw the news. And it was big news. And they arrested some bad guys. They put fentanyl on the mats where the kids are playing. 1 year old, dead. And then I found out on the West Coast in Washington State, a 2-year-old daughter was on her father's lap and she died. And then the medical examiner said, guess what she said, or he said? They've never seen this many pills in a body. Guess what the medical examiner said out there in King County, I think it is? In the first 21 days or something like that in the state, they had 35 deaths. They had no space in the morgue. Wake the hell up, White House. And by the way, I don't care about he's a Democrat because I guarantee you there's some Democrats here, there's independents, there's white, there's black. Okay? And that lady is my hero, and I put his picture up when I testified at Congress with Jason Jones. So let me just give you a little background. So this is probably something that everyone in here is going to get mad at, but I'm sorry. The world needs to hear this. I was invited to go to the DEA's largest ever international conference in Jamaica this week. And I was there. And I put it out on social media. Now, what really was upsetting to me, 130 countries, largest international conference ever. The DEA ran it. The administrator of DEA got up and she showed the faces of fentanyl where your beautiful kids are. And guess what? The one partner in the world that we need at the table blew it off. Mexico was not represented at this meeting. Now, let's think about that for a second. Let's think about it. The kids are dying at historic levels. We've never had in the history of this country any terrorist organization killing Americans like this. The DEA, law enforcement around the country, I mean, CBP sees like 24,000 pounds of fentanyl already in the first 10 months. I didn't see the July stats yet because they just put it out. And by the way, Mexico sent a strong statement to me. It should be a strong statement to them. But guess what? I don't think it's going to change because we'll just keep giving them more money. Am I wrong about that? Like, am I missing something? I couldn't think of a stronger statement. The Mexican government failed to show up at the U.S. DEA's largest conference ever, and I'm pissed off about that. Okay, so I lived the nightmare back in 2008 as the head of the DEA Special Operations Division with 3 countries, NYPD, 30 agencies, synchronizing efforts against bad guys. But here's my point. I saw the beginning, at least in my world, of the synthetic drug bombing from China. It started with K2 spice and bath salts, okay? I didn't know what the hell that stuff was, and I was the head of DEA Special Operations Division, okay? So how the hell is anyone in the public going to know what it is? It was poisonous chemicals made in Wuhan-style labs in China being shipped through the internet purchases to your kids. Kids smoking this stuff thinking it was synthetic marijuana. It was poison from China. And then a few years later, we started seeing fentanyl deaths. I didn't really know what fentanyl was, honestly, other than in the hospital with the drips, right? I didn't know about the illicit fentanyl market in China. China wants to destabilize the country. Does everyone understand that? I'm not an expert on China or the Communist Party. I'm not an expert on even like the border issues. That's why I have the Border 911 team, because they lived it. They don't come up here and lie to grieving families. They're coming here to tell you the truth. I'm not running for politician anywhere. I'm here to help all of you, and that's what we're doing. We're elevating this up because these guys know how to secure the border. They did it. Now, I have a question for everyone here. And again, not playing the politics. It's just a common sense. I'm a common sense guy. I didn't go to Harvard. I don't have an MIT degree. But here's what I know. President Biden said that international drug trafficking was a huge national security threat. Okay, he said that. So then the question is, Mr. President, why the hell is the border wide open? Now, again, common sense. They are taking advantage of our weaknesses. They're blitzing the Border Patrol, and the officials before me had it said better than I can. And then they go this way with all the poison. And then they bring back the money and the drugs. But probably the most, sorry about that, probably the most disturbing to me is that China, in my opinion, my investigative opinion, their fingerprints are on the death and destruction of the country with the poison. Even though the cartels are the proxy right now that's doing the dirty work because they want to make billions. And guess what? They're making more money now than they ever made in the history of the cartels. And does everyone here know that according to the research study that came out this week, the Mexican cartels in Mexico are the 5th leading business enterprise according to this research study? And it's published. It's all over the news. So if that's true, doesn't it make sense why the Mexican government doesn't want to go after the 5th leading business in Mexico? Common sense, everyone. Okay? And it really is upsetting. So let me just say this. I know a lot of people here are upset that law enforcement is not following through with the investigations on your children's death. And I don't blame you. But here's the reality. There are great Americans out there that are fighting hard. So I'm going to give you a quick story because I love this stuff. It's about networking. So I post a lot of stuff on Lost Voices of Fentanyl. I try to post all the media appearances, the Congress stuff. So I posted about my friend in DEA, Indiana, named Mike Gannon. He's the assistant special agent in charge. And I was putting up an interview how he was going after fentanyl dealers. So Tera Dahl, where the hell is she? Tera Dahl, oh my God, no wonder why she's in the front row. That lady right there pays attention, drug-induced homicide. She sent the message to her friend Diane Eastep. Where's Diane? Oh my God, I didn't even recognize you with the hood. Diane Eastep listened to her friend because of this network. She went to the DEA. She got Mike Gannon's support. The agents did a phenomenal job. And this week, the criminal, the murderer who killed her son, Drew, pled guilty to a 20-year prison sentence. So, like, it doesn't get better than that. I mean, look, we know, unfortunately, I did not bury a child. I don't know what that's like. I buried my brother who was fighting in Afghanistan in Operation Enduring Freedom, and I still have passion beyond belief because of that. Because there's brave men and women all over that are burying their, that are giving their lives up for this country. But these stories, and where is she? Please come up here. Rebecca. I highlight her only because two beautiful kids, but you know why I highlight her? Because just like everyone here, she had the courage to tell the truth in Congress, not what we're getting now. The border is not secure, okay? They don't have operational control of the border. And look at those beautiful kids, but she's fighting all over the world, just like all of you here. So for me, I just want to thank you for allowing me to become like a voice to help you. But now the Border 911 team is going to elevate this to a new level. What's that? Oh, yeah. Thank you for reminding me. Again, putting aside the politics, but President Biden laughed and referred to her child's death. 2 children dead. Okay? So that's it. Thank you for telling me. So anyway, okay. So just so you know, I'm glad you reminded me. Sherry Cole, thank you. I go to Congress to testify, not for myself, to help everyone. Jason Jones, where the hell is he? Jason, where the hell are you? That warrior came from Texas, paid his own fare to get here. I was like, Jason, did they reimburse you? Nope, it's my money. So we're in there, and we're testifying about the problem, to tell the truth. And the ranking member from Mississippi, Benny Thompson, had the nerve to say, this is a MAGA extreme event. You're wasting our time. He said, I'm sick and tired of the Groundhog Day, the Southwest Border Groundhog Day. Well, guess what? I couldn't sit back and, allow that. So I told him, I'm sorry for wasting your time. And he got all mad, and everything blew up. But, can you make this shit up? This is what's going on. So somebody said it before, and I can't remember because I'm getting old. Don't let these people get reelected. And the district attorneys that are in your towns that are not prosecuting the murderers, they're the ones that you're electing. I don't get it. So anyway, I can speak all day long. I'm not shy with words. I'm just really upset that we don't see the action. Why is it that the families are doing the awareness in the schools? Why is it that the families are doing the education, the banners, the nonprofits, raising money, fighting over different organizations to raise the same money, right? That's the government's job, and wasting a lot of money on other things. And I say it, and I believe this in my heart. The reason the kids are still popping pills and using coke, because they're not paying attention. No one's, I hate to say it, but they're not watching this rally. They're not watching national news and mainstream media, cable news. They're watching TikTok videos, social media videos all day long, right? So the way to educate them is you have to hit the social media sites. So I've been screaming and yelling to get professional athletes, to get role models, to get social media influencers, and get people to get 45-second messages into social media to educate the kids. And guess what? They'll send social media influencers out to do political campaign messages, and I give them credit for that because they're getting the 18-year-olds to the 25-year-olds. But why can't they send messages to educate the kids? Don't they want to save kids' lives? That's not a political statement. That's just a fact. And I put all of these social media influencers on my Twitter feed and asked them to step it up. Haven't heard back. Not surprised. That's a problem. So we got to keep it. So Ronald Reagan once said, you can't get them to see the light. You make them feel the heat. What I can guarantee you about Border 911, the people that are involved with Border 911 are going to make not only this place feel the heat, but any of these government officials that are not doing their job, they're going to feel the heat because we got a powerful voice. But more important than that, more important than the voice is the expertise, especially my friends. And by the way, Rodney Scott is also part of this team. Rodney Scott was the Border Patrol chief. And by the way, he worked under the Obama administration. He's worked on other administrations. We don't look at this as a political thing. So anyway, again, I'm probably going to get the hook in a second. So where's Heidi? Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for being here. Thank you for not staying in the hotels. Because like April said on a text message yesterday, the no rain, no hail is going to keep grieving mamas away from this event. So let's hear it for all the families that are out here working, spending their time to actually do something. And government, wake the hell up.
No, he's always great. Don't apologize. You're fantastic. Always. Don't we love this guy? You know, nobody who's here today, all these people who've been giving of their time, nobody has to be here. They're here for you guys because they love you guys and they feel so strongly about the issue. So we thank all of them for that. Dr. Ronit Lev is here. You may have heard her podcast. It's called High Truths on Drugs and Addiction. She's got 30 years of experience treating frontline cases of addiction. She's board certified in emergency and addiction medicine. She also served as the first chief medical officer for the White House Office of National Drug Control Policy from 2018 to 2020. Dr. Ronit Lev. There she is. Hello, doctor. Nice to have you here.
Thank you. All right. Sorry. Thank you so much. Thank you, April, Virginia, all the organizers, all the people here who are speaking from the dead. And I've been going around and it just hurts my heart that we need to be here. But I have to tell you that it's your voices that'll make change. I'm a doctor. I can create a plan. I'm not going to make it happen. We've got law enforcement here. They're not going to make it happen. It's you and your voices and your stories that's going to make things happen. I'm really humbled to join my fellow speakers here and share the sharp, emphatic focus that the current fentanyl crisis is unacceptable and must be reversed immediately. But as a physician, I'm here to tell you that it's possible. It is possible. There is a strategy. And I, as an emergency physician, also board certified in addiction medicine, I see the devastation daily in the emergency department, and I use that experience to design system improvements. Our nation is under attack. At Pearl Harbor, we were attacked by 2,390 people who died then. They were killed, and Americans were outraged and entered World War II. During the 8-year Vietnam War, over 58,000 people died, and Americans were protesting and demanding that our boys come home. On September 11th, 2,573 people were killed, and Americans vowed revenge with a targeted hit list of terrorists. But today we're being attacked not by bullets, not by airplanes that crash into buildings. We're being attacked by fentanyl. And fentanyl is a weapon of mass destruction, and it's hitting our vulnerable in our society. So it's subtle. People don't notice it like bullets or airplanes, but it's killing way more people. Innocent teens, children, toddlers, and tiny babies. Today, 180 people a day, just as we're talking here, will be dead. And all these deaths, they're preventable. They do not need to be happening. That today the dead are speaking, and I know that we are honoring the memory of those who died by demanding action. In terms of public health, fentanyl deaths are really preventable. I want to share with you a story from long ago. It happened in 2020 as we watched the COVID pandemic move from China to Italy and hit our shores. I actually thought I was going to die from COVID. Each of our leaders of our emergency department, we actually wrote our will and instructions in case we would die, like if we ended up on a ventilator, how to make our group and our emergency departments keep running. So I was afraid of that, and I'm a germaphobe anyway. So for years, I was wiping down my little hospital telephone and dictaphone, and the pandemic just made my germ protection go to a much higher and exhaustive measures. But despite the trepidation, I was ready to soldier up and actually felt, pride in my job as a physician to enter the front lines and fight the attack by this invisible enemy. And I recall my first COVID intubation. You may be wondering, why is she talking about COVID? But just carry on with me. So putting somebody on life support was a big deal. I was dressed up in one of those bunny suits for chemical protection. My shoe covering went up to my knees. As you could tell, I'm not very tall, and there's only a one-size-fits-all gown in the hospital. And I had a papper on my head. It was circulating air, making a lot of noise with a motor around my vest. And I was all ready to go as paramedics brought us an 18-year-old girl. We couldn't hear anything because with the papper on your head, you can't hear anything. We had to either use hand signals or write on a whiteboard. But I didn't need any words or communication to tell that they lost pulses and were doing CPR. We're doing CPR, and this is a part of my job that I absolutely hate. Nothing was working, and I had to pronounce her. And after 30 years of being an emergency physician, I'm not used to it, and I hate it every time. But what's worse in pronouncing somebody is breaking that news to their families, and that is horrible and never gets easy and hard for me to even compose myself as a physician to have to break that news. But it turns out that my first COVID intubation was actually not COVID. It was fentanyl. We were not seeing all this outpouring of COVID. We were seeing people coming in overdosing from fentanyl. And that my patient, she didn't have a substance use disorder. She made a mistake, one that many in my generation have made at a time when it was forgiving, but her mistake was not forgiving. Her mistake was her last one. She used a Xanax pill and dropped dead in the middle of a pandemic, and it's not fair. She was poisoned. She was killed. She was murdered. In December 2020, 911 was called for a 10-month-old who was unresponsive, and we're doing CPR for 45 minutes, pushing on this little baby chest. Doctors, everyone thought this was SIDS, infection. Who would think a little baby would overdose on fentanyl? And who would know until we really looked into it and that these babies were overdosing on fentanyl. And we had to put a medical alert to our community. Baby down, give naloxone. And who would think that that was necessary? And unfortunately, that is the times that we're living in. Then it works. Those kind of medical advisories work, because in the next month, a 16-month-old was found down unresponsive and was revitalized with naloxone. And according to Families Against Fentanyl, analysis of the CDC data, fentanyl fatalities amongst children is rising faster than any other age group. Since 2015, deaths among infants has increased tenfold. These babies, do they have a substance use disorder? No. I ask you, why do we have a fentanyl problem? If we want to fix something, we have to understand it. Why do we have a fentanyl problem? Well, we have a fentanyl problem because we have a huge supply of fentanyl. Supply matters. It matters a lot. Americans are not innately more addicted or have a craving to fentanyl than people around the rest of the world. We have a problem because of the supply. And if we don't handle that supply, then we would just have more deaths. Why do we have less heroin overdoses now? Because we have less of a supply of heroin. Why do we have less prescription opioid deaths now? Because we have less of a supply of those drugs. And we have to address things both upstream, at the cartel level, at the massive weapon of mass destruction level. That's where you kind of plug the hole in the problem, but also downstream. Some people think that they're being compassionate to criminals who sell drugs, who kill your children, and they have compassion for them because maybe they have a substance use disorder and we don't want to be hard on crime. But people who think they're being compassionate are not. They're being cruel. They're being cruel to the victims, to your children, and they're also being cruel to the perpetrators. They're not giving them a chance to change their ways, to clean up their lives. So it's really not compassion, it's cruelty. My friends know that I'm infected.
Due to severe weather that's happening out there, a tropical storm, although not as bad as we predicted. On occasion, we've lost the feed there. We're hoping that we can regain that. But you've been listening to some very, very moving, powerful speeches there. Tom Homan was speaking earlier, again, former acting director of ICE, Border 911. Border 911 is again helping sponsor today's event, I should say. It's taking place in D.C. And we want to show you a little bit more about what they're all about. So let's go ahead and take a look at that.
Whether it's terrorism, whether it's those seeking to come to this country doing us harm, whether it's the narcotics that are killed over 100,000 Americans, especially fentanyl, whether it's about the sex trafficking of women and children, all of this stuff matters. All of this stuff is tied to the border. And it sounds cocky, but when it comes to border security, we're in the game. And let me explain to you why I'm sitting here so frustrated. Because I'm the only one in this room who's wore a green uniform and been on that line. I'm the only one in this room who found dead aliens on a trail that were abandoned by smugglers who just left them there because they weren't worth any money anymore. I'm the only one in this room that stood in the back of a tractor trailer surrounded by 19 dead aliens, including a 5-year-old little boy that suffocated in death in his father's arms. I was there. People need to understand the reason I'm so passionate about this, the reason I work so hard to this day, because it's not just about illegal immigration anymore. When you cause a crisis as big as we're dealing with right now, where you got over 5.5 million illegal entries in this country, that has resulted in, like I said, record number of Americans dying, record number of migrants are dying, record number of known suspected terrorists coming to the country, record number of women and children being sex trafficked. If people saw what I saw in my 35 years, they'd care too.
1 gram of this sweet and low could kill 500 people if it was fentanyl.
So it doesn't take a lot to kill. And unfortunately, the Mexican cartels are working with the Chinese transnational criminals, bringing in mass amounts of fentanyl, making fake pills. The DEA administrator reported that there was enough fentanyl seized by the DEA alone to kill everyone in America.
I called Lauren several times. She didn't answer. I left work. And when I pulled down in the parking lot, her car was there. And I thought, oh, thank goodness, she's here. So I pulled around, and whenever I pulled around, I looked over and I saw her slumped over in her car. Unfortunately, I was too late.
They said with as much fentanyl as she had that she probably died instantly.
Yeah.
There are hundreds of thousands of Laurens. Kids that took one pill, recovering addicts. They're dying. I mean, they're not even having time to become addicted with what's on the streets now. Fentanyl is wiping out a complete generation. And I just don't understand it, because every time you see more kids dying, you just think, why hasn't something been done?
People need to understand that fentanyl that's coming across the southwest border is making it into every town, city, and state in this nation. Think about that. The criminal cartels of Mexico have killed more Americans than any terrorist organization.
Bail out. Bail out. Driver's wearing a green shirt.
The first stop this morning already has revealed how the alien smuggling organizations operate over 80 miles into the United States. But one thing I can tell you that these detectives know very well is that what gets by them impacts the rest of this country.
11 o'clock, the other guy should be about a quarter mile ahead there.
How many do y'all have in custody, and how many do you think you got outstanding roughly?
I think we got 7, and we're looking for at least 5.
And even this human trafficker couldn't bear what was happening to them. And that's why he talked to me. I want you to take a listen to this. What is happening, like especially when we think of it like the trafficking of human beings, the narcotics, that most people just don't understand.
In the case of children, it really scares him to just see the reality that they can go through. And for him, it's pretty horrific to see how they are murdered in many cases.
What is the downside on a secure border? What's the downside on less illegal immigration? What's the downside on less illegal drug flow? What's the downside on less women and children being sex trafficked? There's no downside. A secure border saves lives. This administration knows it, but you're not going to solve it. I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. I respect every president I have ever worked for. Republican, Democrat, I respected them all because they're the president of the United States.
I want to thank Tom Homan for the great job he's done on the border and frankly with law enforcement. He's a cherished asset of our country. We really owe a lot, and I want to thank Tom Homan, special man. Thank you very much, Tom.
No one did more to secure this country than Donald Trump. I'm a Trump guy, not ashamed of it. Because I see what the man did. That's my hope. And I made the promise to President Trump, he comes back, I come back. Because it matters. What happens on the border matters to every American. We're going to win this battle. You got my word. And you can take that to the bank.
Wow, very powerful video there by Border 911. Of course, that is the organization that is sponsoring today's event. This is, of course, the Lost Voices of Fentanyl. This is a grassroots organization trying to get the word out there how dangerous fentanyl is. Again, it's a #1 killer for Americans between the ages of 18 and 49. Think about that. There's been enough fentanyl seized in this country to kill every American 7 times over. Tom Homan spoke just a few minutes ago there at the event. They're a little behind schedule. He, of course, is the former director of ICE. They're saying that he's worked under 6 presidents, but he believes that President Trump, as he said today at this march, was the best at securing the border, saying that we were at a 45-year low. The most critical he was today, of course, of President Biden, blaming him for having the border less secure than it's been, at least under the 6 presidents that he served. And he believes that he is responsible, and his administration, as well as Alejandro Mayorkas, for all of these fentanyl deaths. So we want to go back there. Again, we've been having some issues with the feed, again, because of the tropical storm that is taking place, but we do have it restored now, and we want to share, again, some of these lost voices of fentanyl. Let's take a listen.
That changed my life. Excuse me, because I wrote something, but I felt like I needed to say this from my heart. Say this from my heart, because so many people died. So excuse me, because this ain't scripted today. I got a phone call that my dad overdosed. Overdosed. That's not my dad. So when I got to the hospital, they told me my dad had 6 heart attacks. 6 heart attacks. And he was brain dead. My dad wasn't married and I'm his oldest child. So I had to take on all this responsibility. Taking my father off the life support. Taking my dear father off the life support. Looking at his brain. Asking doctors what is wrong, what happened to him. I studied the brain for 48 hours because I couldn't take them off. And when I seen the line of no life, I had to call my family. So after that, I thought the trauma was over and I could grieve and heal. But fentanyl wasn't done with me yet. It wasn't done. My son graduated, got a full scholarship, and it's hard for young African men. It's hard. But my son graduated, good kid, and going to some party, he got hooked on pills, blues. He gave up everything. Now he's on the streets with so many young African American kids on pills. He's destroyed his life. Now I have to fight for his life. I put him in 4 rehabs, tried to get help, tried to take his rights away. And instead of getting help, they gave me a lawyer. Instead of getting help, they put him in jail. He went from a high school graduate with a college scholarship to a felon. He's still on the streets. Why I'm here? Why I'm here? My son is on the streets, fighting an addiction, a hard addiction. Fentanyl ain't like no other type of drug you can get off of. I've seen my son suffer. He's trying to get off of it. The body aches, the pains. Mama, I can't breathe. I can't think. I'm hurting, Mama. I'm trying to be a doctor to my son to heal him. With no help. No help from this government. No help. No help. No help. That's why we're here. No help. It's time. It's time to rise against fentanyl. And I'm here to talk, especially to my African American community that's not standing for this. Thinking that we don't have no help. Thinking that we can't all come together. It ain't about no race. We are all God's people. We are all God's people. We all need to be here. We all need to be here. Fight for each other. Y'all are my brothers and sisters, no matter what race we are. I'm mixed with so many races. It's time to rise against this. It's time to come together. I'm begging my people to come together and stop this madness and rise against fentanyl. I thank April so much for taking my call. She didn't have to. I watched her group for a whole year. I couldn't speak about it. Ashamed, because I'm such a good mother. I didn't want to tell nobody that my son was on drugs, on fentanyl. That he gave up everything, that my dad is gone. I didn't want to tell nobody, but Lost Voices of Fentanyl gave me a voice. It gave me a voice. And that's why I'm here. I thank everyone here today. And just keep fighting. Don't give up no matter what. Don't give up on your kids. Don't give up on your family. Y'all fight. Thank you very, very much. You want to go? No. Wow. I'm crying. This isn't the rain. These are my tears. And just like April said, or somebody else said earlier, these are our kids' tears today. And they're so proud of us. And we miss them every day. But this is my second year coming. And last year, my first year, when I was surrounded by all these families, I felt normal. I felt unjudged. I felt accepted. That's what this day is about. And I want to thank Virginia and April for doing this for us. You are helping us heal. And I didn't know it was possible to make that step until I came to Lost Voices of Fentanyl last year. And look at me now. So, April wanted me to share Sophia's story. This is Sophia. Daughter number 2 out of 4, college graduate, professionally employed, super smart, competitive as all get out. We banned her from family board games because she was a bad loser. Sophia, I moved her into her new apartment in Charlotte on July 5th. And she had gotten a promotion, so we moved her. And on August 16th, she went back to Boone to visit some friends. And on the way out of town, she stopped to visit an acquaintance just to say hey. She was thirsty. And she opened what she thought was a bottle of water with its label on. And she chugged it because she was thirsty. What Sophia didn't know about that bottle of water is that it contained 8 nanograms of dissolved fentanyl. You know, we all know fentanyl is colorless, odorless, solvable. We don't know why that person had fentanyl in that water bottle. But Sophia died instantly on this person's kitchen floor. She didn't feel any pain. She didn't have any panic. She lost her future. And it feels at times that we lost ours. And I know you all know how that feels. The person
who was responsible for Sophia's death, lied and blamed her for her death, and the police believed it. It took us, in the great state of North Carolina. Hey, I want to give a shout out to the North Carolina people. Who's here? North Carolina, come on. You're our people. And I just got some new numbers. Sadly, there are 13,957 dead North Carolina residents from fentanyl in the last 9 years. It is appalling. I didn't know how to spell fentanyl when I found out Sophia was dead. We had our local police department stop by, and they told us that she had overdosed based on what this person told them. In the great state of North Carolina, you don't get a death certificate until an autopsy is complete and you get a toxicology report. And that takes between 5 and 12 months to get. So you don't know what killed your kid or your loved one. I worked with a woman who had to wait a complete year. That's unacceptable. So it took us, I guess we were lucky, it took us 5 months, and we got the toxicology report back. There was nothing in Sophia's system except fentanyl. We had to hire an attorney. We hired a private investigator because the local law enforcement did not believe us that this wasn't how Sophia died. She didn't die of an overdose. She was murdered. She was murdered. We finally got it up to the DA, voluntary manslaughter. DA looked over the case for 2 months. However, we got called in October, 14 months after Sophia died, and they spent more time explaining to me how they couldn't prosecute the case than they did probably researching the case. So their decision was, well, let's look at our win-loss record as a DA. I want to win. I will only take the cases that I'm guaranteed to win. Well, Sophia's case was a little complicated. There's only 2 people who knew how Sophia died. That was Sophia, she's dead, and the guy who killed her. But the story leaked out. But the DA didn't feel that that was going to work, and it was going to take too long, and it was going to cost too much money. So Sophia got no justice. That guy is living in Currituck County, North Carolina. I know exactly where he is. And I go to the courthouse every week doing research on cases, and I always look up his name. And guess what? He got a traffic ticket and had to go to court. I drove 3 hours to go to that court date. And I held Sophia's poster up, and I sat right next to the electronic check-in. He had to take his keys out of his pocket, all that stuff. He looked up, he saw Sophia, he looked at me, and he did this. And he shame-walked into the courtroom. I sat there for 3 hours, and I watched him, and he watched me, but he always looked down. He is never going to forget whose life he took. But I'm here today because April felt it was important for all of you to know how easily someone can be killed by fentanyl. You all do know that. You've all experienced it. But I'm not going to give up. And in North Carolina, We've organized, and we have more organizing to do, and I am so proud of the families who have joined me and my partner, Patricia Drews, with Forgotten Victims of North Carolina. Shout out to my BFF. We talk every day. And I believe God put Patricia in my path because I would make it without her. We've all experienced a loss. I don't want to take up any more of your time, but please share Sophia's story when you go out and you're trying to educate the public about the dangers of fentanyl. Because these stories, I know she's not the only one in America, but she's the only one I know. And she's the only one I lost. So, thank you very much.
Hi, everybody. My name's Ashley. It's hard. As everybody knows, this is my 3-year-old.
Got it, Ashley. We're here for you.
Hey.
We're here for Katie Cat.
Thank you. I'm who y'all are fighting for. Some of them. I was an addict. I had a drug of choice of crack cocaine, and it went downhill really quick. I lost my home. I lost my kids. I lost the car, the job. I was a streetwalker. And for 2 years, as I was in addiction, I didn't know how to get clean on my own. I couldn't do it. It was hard. I don't know what else to explain it. Like, it was hard. It was difficult. It's a hold on your mind that is unlike no other. And so when I got the termination rights for my other 2 kids, if I didn't act, I dropped to my knees. I had drugs in my hand. I believe in a higher power. I believe in a God. So I knew he was walking with me because it was amazing how quickly the desires and the cravings went away as soon as I asked him. I'm like, take this away from me. I can't do this on my own. Send me a sign. I need to get out of this. You know, I need to get back to my family. I need to get back to my kids. I wanted to be a mother again. I've been a mother ever since I was 14. So it was just something that I was lacking in my life. And so, yeah, when I dropped to my knees, I did ask God to take away the desires. And no sooner than I made that prayer, to a week from the time I made that prayer, I found out I was pregnant with my baby. And so the next day, I called Medicaid. I got on insurance. I got into, I got free medical, should I say, due to me being homeless and addict. I called rehabs. By day 3, I walked into rehab. March the 27th of 2019 is my sobriety date. And so, I know, yeah, I know, right? It's a big achievement. And so, with my son, he's the one that got me clean. I couldn't do it, but when I found out I was pregnant and I had something growing inside of me, I knew I couldn't keep getting high. I knew that this was done. It was over. It was a road. It was a closed door. So I didn't see fentanyl or any other drug-related topic in my future, just due to me giving it up. I didn't know I would be standing amongst you guys. I just didn't know this would be my future. And so with my son, he got me my smile back. He got me the car that I've never made payments on cars before. That was so different to me. But due to my son, I'm making payments on a car. I got the job for 2.5 years. I went from an apartment to a house with a backyard. You know, like all these major accomplishments that I was dreaming of in my addiction, that I thought was impossible due to me being an addict. He bought that to me. He bought the fiance. I'm engaged now. You know, he bought all my blessings. I got engaged March the 25th, and my son passed away April 19th. So his story was that he was over his dad's house, and me and him shared custody. I had him a week, and he had him a week. And so his dad took in a woman with her 2 kids, and she had a room upstairs. They were downstairs. So baby Cash was last seen going alive up in her room. And his dad woke up in the bed with him dead in the bed with him. And from our understanding, and she carried him downstairs due to her panicking that he had passed away. She carried a dead baby downstairs and placed him inside of his bed. And for him to find him that way. And so when he died, it was like, because I had just got engaged, I was like, wow, maybe he passed in his sleep. You know, this was maybe a natural cause. Only 3 years old, yeah, but I was just like, this is, you know, what could be the cause of him? Then nothing happened. They did the x-rays on him at the hospital. They did everything, you know, all the basic screens they need to do, so nothing was physically wrong with him. So we was waiting for his toxicology report. And for 2 months, I just thought my baby died from natural causes. It wasn't until DFC called me and said, hey, we need to talk to you about what's in your child's system, what made him die. And I immediately panicked because I'm like, what's going on? What would possibly be in a 3-year-old system? And when they sat me down and told me it was fentanyl, my heart broke. Because I'm like, how did this baby save me from addiction only to die from somebody's addiction? Like, this ain't fair. He was my saving grace. He was everything that I thought I couldn't be. He brought me self-worth again. I didn't feel worthy as an addict. I didn't know that I would be able to stay on my job that long. I didn't know that I was be able to get a house, a car, any of those things. And all of a sudden he's gone due to somebody else's addiction. So basically with his case, there was 4 people in the house, and it's going to be hard to prosecute because everybody's been interviewed. The lady responsible, she's the only one with the fentanyl use. She's in drug court for fentanyl. She's had fentanyl recorded in her system. She actually overdosed a few weeks after my son died and was revived. She gave a false name at the investigation. Like, how can they not pin this on this lady? But legally they can't. They don't have the, I guess, the right tools to actually say that she did this. So I'm fighting for a baby cash law. I want if an infant, a toddler, anybody died that didn't have an addiction, this 3-year-old did not have an addiction, he should not have fentanyl in his system. Because he won't be able to learn to tie his shoe. He won't be able to learn to write his names. Like, I'm jealous of the mommies with their tattoos of their kids' names, their handprints and stuff, because I can't get that with my baby. I gotta get scribbles. The last picture he made with scribbles on it, if I wanted to get a tattoo that would be of him, that would be all I have. He's not gonna be able to have his first crush, you know. He's not gonna be able to learn how to spell, not learn how to do anything. His life is completely over, and I just don't want his name to be forgotten. My baby was important. My baby was really important, and for him to bring me all the blessings that he did, I'm in debt to him. I really am. I'm in debt. I'm who y'all are fighting for. Recovery is possible. It's beautiful and it's possible. So anybody that y'all know that is in addiction, do not give up on them. If they overdose 9 times and you need to Narcan them, you know, Narcan them that 10th time. Don't give up on them. Do not give up on them. We are so worthy. And most of us addicts, we don't think we are. So the love that y'all show us while we are in addiction, that's what's gonna bring us out. And it took a baby for me, but no telling what it'll take for the next person. I'm just telling my story. I know what it took. I know that my baby's memory and his legacy is more than just this. He's important. And I would love to find a baby cash law that prosecutes anybody in the house when a toddler dies. There's no reason why he should not get justice. He would be the spokesperson for these babies, as far as baby Trinity and baby Cameron, baby Dominique, the one that just died in Brooklyn, or the Bronx. Like, This is not okay. This is not okay. I'm speaking for the babies. I'm here to be their voice. Fentanyl is killing everybody. It is killing toddlers. Toddlers. We should not be okay with this. We should not be okay with this. And that's all I got. And I thank y'all for listening.
Wow. Such strength these ladies have. Unbelievable. Thank you, Kalia, for your incredible passion and your story. Ashley, thank you so much. There she goes. And Barb talking about her daughter. I mean, you all understand what it's like. Well, these stories are just so, but that's the whole point. We have to get this out. We have to get this out to everybody. And that's why we're doing this. And it's so important to have you all here. And I so appreciate the rain finally stopped. Woo-hoo. Let's hope for a second anyway. All right. Let me bring up a couple of the toughest broads I know. And that, of course, April Babcock, wherever she is. What? I thought you were coming up. Well, now you tell. I'm just MC. Don't tell me. Okay. I wonder who this fancy guy with a suit was over here standing there. It wasn't on my list. Okay, now I know. All right. So Border 911 is going to be joining us. Oh, boy. These guys. Oh, no. Here it comes.
Thanks. So I'm going to be brief. You already heard from me. Tom Holman, unfortunately, he can't be here. He is who we owe this organization to. He got this incredible group together, Border 911. And I want to say something real quick. I'm going to turn over to Victor. This is a 501c3. We are a nonprofit. This is not a political thing, right? I heard these speeches. The last mothers that just spoke. We want to take that and we want to address one of the issues, an issue that is supposed to be non-political, and that's to secure our border, right? And look, I know there's lots of things. We have treatment we got to work out. We have to work on awareness. We've got that. But it's a three-legged stool. It's not one or the other, right? So let's talk about treatment. Let's talk about education awareness. And let's talk about cutting off the supply, right? And that should not be political. We don't want to be political. So let's secure the border. Let's go after the cartels. Let's destroy the cartels. And speaking of the cartels, I'm going to bring up a man that can tell you a little thing about the cartels and what his personal experience is. And so with that, Victor, it's all yours.
Thanks, Mark. First, I want to tell you how honored I am to be here with you today. Part of my career changed as a special agent for Homeland Security Investigations when I served in Mexico, combating the cartels, combating the human trafficking, the drug trafficking. My partner and I were ambushed by Los Zetas cartel when we served there, and he was killed next to me. And I'm here by the grace of God after being shot 3 times. So I know the evil that those cartels bring to our country and the imminent threat that they are to our country with the fentanyl, and we all know with the help of China. And by the way, you guys spoke about it, and Derek mentioned this. We understand that the cartels, they're actually the soldiers. Who's behind the cartels? It's China, it's Venezuela, it's Cuba, it's Russia, it's these bigger countries. So think of the cartels as corporations, because that's what they are. They're sophisticated networks that are heavily present in our country and in 40 to 50 countries abroad. These are not gangs. These are evildoers that are killing us, literally. I'm here because God left me here for a reason. And so I'm very fortunate to be part of this Border 911 effort, because we will bring you the truth. As we speak right now, we have thousands of people walking into the border in Eagle Pass, Texas. And that White House over there still denies that the border is open. But our eyes are telling us something completely different. We spend a lot of time down there. We will continue to spend the time at the border. We're going to bring you the truth and the impact that it has throughout our country. And we will bring on it, and we'll bring them the heat, because that's what they need. We need to force them to act. Thank you. You guys have a special place in my heart. It's hard for me to sometimes identify as a victim, but I was a victim at the hands of the cartel. And you guys are obviously the ultimate victims with the ultimate sacrifice and the loss of your loved ones. Always know that we will always think about you. I will always mention you. I will always never forget you, because I challenge these politicians. They don't want to accept that illegal aliens are coming here and killing us. They don't want to accept that the fentanyl, because of their open border policies, are killing us. We will let them know, and we are going to fix this. Thank you so much. And by the way, I'm going to introduce you to Sarah Carter, who needs no introduction. Sarah Carter is a warrior in this fight with us, and I'm going to let her take it from here. Thank you, Sarah.
No, the warriors are sitting right in front of me. It's all of you, the moms and dads, and yeah, they really are. You are all the ones that have faced probably the most horrific, most nice to see you here. Some of the families I recognize from some of the stories I've done on Fox News, and I keep you in my hearts all the time, and I say prayers. But you're the ones who have faced the worst pain that any human being should ever have to face. Nobody should have to face the loss of a child. Nobody should have their child taken from them by poison when our government turns their head away and pretends like it isn't happening. But the worst crime that we are facing in this nation is our silence. Yeah, that's right. Not you. Not you. That's right. That's right. I have traveled across the country. I spoke to people in Kerr County, Texas last week. And that was the point of everything that I was saying, is that as Americans, we are free. We do have liberty for now, as long as we are willing to stand up and fight for it, and not let a government that has chosen to have an open border policy. It is a dereliction of duty. It is a national security threat, and it is killing our children and our citizens. It is. It is. We should not be faced with that. But the responsibility really is on us right now. We are witnesses to this horrific crime and loss of life. And we cannot sit back and be silent. It's going to require every single one of us going back home, talking to our communities, talking to our leaders in our schools, talking to our neighbors, and spreading the word and insisting that our local media put this front and center of every newspaper and news agency across the country. And I will not accept any news agency, including my own, to not put this front and center. We have lives to save. And guys, if we don't do it now, we are going to be faced with something we can't even imagine, right? I know everybody says this is not political. It's not political. You're right. It's not political. It should be a bipartisan issue. Every single Democrat and every single Republican should come together, sit down in Washington, D.C. in this swamp, clean up their own mess. I was going to say a different word, but I'm going to be nice today. Clean up their mess and get their act together, or we will vote them out of office. And I don't care. It's better that the office is empty than having someone like them in office. I think if there's any message that I want to leave here today, and I know, Virginia, you're right over there, and I know how horrible, when I first did the interview with you, how tragic, the story was, the loss of your daughter. And so many of you have lost your children and your friends. My son lost his best friend to fentanyl poisoning, and he was only 19 years old, just about to turn 20. I think every single American has been affected by this in one way or another. So the message that I want to close out with today, before you march to the White House, before you leave and go back home, is remember that you are powerful. Each and every single one of you has the power to make a difference. Every time you speak up, every time you tell your story, every time you look into another mother's eyes and say, you know what, let me tell you my story, because I want your daughter to live, I want your son to live, I want your niece and nephew to live. Every time you do that, they here in Washington, Republican and Democrats, can't ignore it. What they want is for you to walk away in silence, and we will not do that. I will be by your side. Border 911 is going to be by your side. These guys are warriors. They are going to fight for you. I'm going to fight for you. We are going to stand up, and we are not going to let them defeat us. They won't defeat us. I have a lot of faith. I have a lot of faith in you, the American people, in us, and what we can do. We still have a Constitution. We still have a First Amendment. And we still have freedom. Let's keep it that way. Thank you.
So a couple of closing remarks. I want you to know that, yeah, we have a lot of states from America represented, but Puerto Rico, Jeanette Martinez and her daughter are here, and Canada is here as well. Border911.com is where you can find a lot of information, moving full speed ahead. This train moves 1,000 miles an hour, okay? It's an action train. One last thing, only because Lost Voices of Fentanyl, Ron Rebo, he's here. He lost his nephew. But here's the deal. He gave me an analogy which I think sums up what we're trying to say. And that is, if your house had a massive flood and the pipes exploded on the second floor, you'd have to shut off the main valve first. The main valve right now is Mexico and the cartels. So we're going to do anything we can to shut them down. Thank you very much.
So incredible. Their stories are great. All right, now I'm going to introduce you to a couple of the toughest broads I know. Although everybody here, can I just say, can you give yourselves a round of applause for being incredibly tough people? And as I said at the beginning, and I mean this completely and sincerely, all of you honor your loved ones by not giving up, not giving in, not allowing the mainstream media to ignore what's happening here. So God bless you for what you're doing. Virginia Krieger, here she is, ladies and gentlemen, co-president of Lost Voices of Fentanyl. One tough cookie here. Hi, hon.
Hi. I want to thank everybody again for coming out today, and I just want to remind you, this isn't about left or right or in between. People are dying from every walk of life. People are dying who are Democrats, people are dying who are Republicans, and everything in the middle. This isn't about your red or blue flag. This is about keeping our kids alive. It's about holding our leadership who's done nothing accountable for their failures. Every administration has failed. Every one of them. And it's up to us to hold them accountable. And you can do that. But do not let them shame you into a corner. Don't let someone look down on you. This is not something that you did to yourselves. This is something that happened to you because of the failures of this country to protect your families. That's what we're fighting for. And if we can unify this movement, if we can embrace all of our brothers and sisters who've lost their loved ones, we will be an unstoppable force. So I urge you, when people try to turn it into that ugly argument, remind them, this is about all of us, from the infants to the elderly and everything in between. The fastest growing demographic for death in this crisis are ages 14 and under. Process that. On the last National Drug Survey, nearly half the United States admitted to using an off-market pill or trying a recreational drug at least once during the past year. That is our new victim pool. And everybody is missing the mark. The greatest danger to your children today isn't going to come from school shootings or violent crime on the street. It comes every time they walk out the door and they might be influenced by a friend or a peer to try a pill or use a recreational drug with a poison drug supply. This is what we're facing. We need this administration to properly assess the problem. They haven't even done that yet. How can they fix a problem when they don't even know how big it is, who it's impacting, or how it's getting to them? They can't. They're only counting the dead. How many fentanyl-related injuries are there every day? Nobody knows. No, 295 die a day. They don't know how many injuries there are. My youngest son, after my daughter's death, was so lost that he started using methamphetamines. My son was poisoned 3 times by acetylfentanyl in meth. 3 times. And he's not even being counted as part of this crisis. You know why? Because he didn't die. That's a problem. They need to know how many people are injured every day. For COVID, every day we had tickers, this many cases, this many deaths. Why aren't we getting the same attention to this crisis after 300,000 dead bodies? Your children deserve more. You deserve more. Where is the support for the grieving families? Where is the support for the children left behind? 10 million grandparents are raising grandchildren now. 10 million. Some of them are afraid they won't survive long enough to get those grandchildren into college. We have got to take this seriously. We've got to start working together. So I urge you all, when you go home after we finish at the White House today, talk to your politicians, talk to your schools, talk to your health agencies, and don't take no for an answer. We got this. Together, we will make a difference. We've got this. So let's go for it and get them. Next, I want to bring up one of the greatest ladies I know. Where is she at? Miss April. You know, I met April at a family summit we had in 2020. She said to me, hey, I want to hold a rally at the Chinese embassy. Or no, she said the Capitol building at first. And I said to her, that sounds great, but why should we go there? Let's go to the head of the snake. Let's go to the Chinese embassy. And we did. Since then, LVUF grew into so much more because we didn't stop there. This lady sat in her room and she cried. And one day she said, I'm not crying anymore. And she put together that very first rally that turned us into what we are today. And now we have more than 29,000 bereaved families in our group getting support from each other every single day. We have an amazing team of moderators. We're out there getting into the schools. We're talking to politicians. We're empowering families to turn that pain into purpose, to get out there in their communities and start to invoke change. And it all began with this lady right here. So here she is, April Babcock.
So, I don't talk about my son that often because I more make it about everybody. But I want to talk about my boy, my Austin. Wait a minute. This is my Austin. Look at where he was standing at 9 years old. He was here. Look at my Austin 6 months before he was put to sleep like a dog. He was down by the Capitol. My Austin. Austin! I want every mom, every dad, every aunt, every uncle, every sister, every brother, everybody that's here that's lost a loved one. When I count to 3, I'm going to be silent. I want to hear every one of you shout them names up to heaven. Our kids are going to hear our cries, and so is this administration. Are you all ready? Y'all ready to scream? Scream your loved one's name. 1, 2, 3. We are never shutting up. We're never going away. This army grows every day by 300. But where are they at? You got 30,000 in the group. That's nothing. Where are they at? They don't know we exist. We got to get it out there. We got to pressure these politicians every day, and we won't stop. We what the cartels labeled a foreign terrorist organization. We want to list fentanyl and its analogs a weapon of mass destruction. God help us. God help us. She buried her baby. This isn't normal. I will never say this is my new normal ever. So I just want to thank everybody here today. I love all you guys. Without you guys, you're my tribe, you're my people. LVOF strong. So I'm pretty much done speaking. But at 3 o'clock, we're meeting right in this corner, and the march is happening. We got some time now to look at the banners, go pee-pee, and I love every single one of you guys. God bless America. He was here. Down there, now he's dead.
There you just heard from
And
April.
I will be giving instructions.
There you just heard from April Badcock, the president of Lost Voices of Fentanyl, lost, but now they've been found. That is what Real America's Voice is all about, is giving a voice to the voiceless and giving hope to the hopeless. And we wanted to draw attention to a crisis that is happening around our country, sadly, that overdoses are happening due to fentanyl. And I should say poisoning again, as I want to clarify what they were saying there. Many of the victims that we heard about today didn't even know that they were being exposed to fentanyl. April there talking about her 9-year-old son, Austin. But the positive of this is about taking pain and turning pain into purpose. And that's where I want to welcome Tera Dahl. She is a Real America's Voice contributor. She's been on the ground there since yesterday, talking to multiple families there that have sadly been impacted and lost a loved one due to fentanyl poisoning. She's been there listening to some of the keynote speakers there today, including Border 911, who helped sponsor today's third march there in D.C. And it looks like the weather, for the most part, held up, although I doubt there is a dry eye in the house out there outside. I myself am having a hard time, so I can't even imagine how you must feel, because I know since yesterday you've been talking to some of these families, and it's just gut-wrenching what they've been going through. But I do want to give them props, because it takes a lot of courage to share their story, to share their voice in hopes that it will make an impact, and to make sure that this doesn't happen to someone else.
Yeah, Miranda, it was a powerful, powerful day where the parents, the families, the loved ones, they were crying out and they were saying, hear us, hear our message, hear our hearts, and that the American people know what is going on with the crisis in Americans. It's affecting their children, it's affecting their parents, it's affecting their brothers and their sisters. Miranda, it was extremely impactful, and their message was that they want the American people and they want the Biden administration to do more to help to counter this fentanyl crisis. So it was a powerful day. These parents and these families stood outside in the extreme. It was raining, it was cold, and they stood outside to give that message. And we're joined here by a speaker who had a passionate message today. Commissioner Mark Morgan joins us. And Mark, what did you get out of today? Why are you here
Check 1
today?
2. This is
I
Harry.
gotta tell
Check
you,
1
what
2. Guess
we
mic
just
2.
saw it
Guess
just a
mic
few
2.
minutes ago. The leader of this, April Babcock, asked everybody to, when she counted to 3, to scream out their loved ones' names. I gotta tell you, I mean, that was powerful. It was gut-wrenching. I mean, like you said, there was not a dry eye out here, even though it's raining. And I got to tell you, the one message, Border 911. Look, I understand we can talk about the need for treatment. We can talk about the need for awareness. But a lot of times, people are dying from fentanyl. They don't know. They don't know it's being laced with fentanyl. So the last leg of that 3-legged stool, we have to secure the borders. We have to go after the cartels. We have to defeat the cartels to stop them from having the drugs pouring into this country, killing our kids.
And you just launched Border 911. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so Border 911, Tom Holman, another great patriot. He really got a conglomeration of not just border security experts, also people that understand the cartels, like Jason Jones, people that understand the cartels and what they're doing with the drugs, like Derek Mulch with the DEA. And so our sole purpose is to bring awareness to why we must secure the border and why we must go after the cartels, because if we can't defeat the cartels, if we don't secure the borders, the drugs will not stop. They're going to keep coming across, pouring across the open border and killing Americans.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for all you do. Thank you for being here today. Back to you, Miranda.
So to 911 for sponsoring today's event. And again, I'm making sure that these voices are heard and heard loudly. Appreciate all that you do. Again, you've been watching Real America's Voice, our live coverage of the Lost Voices of Fentanyl. Some amazing speakers there, many of whom have been deeply impacted and lost loved ones due to the fentanyl crisis. And, you know, if you've missed some of it, I want you to just hear from one of the families there that was deeply impacted. Again, they stood out there, as you heard from Tera, in the cold and in the rain to make sure that you hear their message. Take a listen.
I lost my dad 3 years ago to fentanyl. He was poisoned. He didn't know. He had 6 heart attacks and went brain dead, where I had to take him off of life support. Then after that, my 20-year-old son became addicted to fentanyl. So I've been a mother out here in Phoenix, Arizona, fighting for young kids. I'm out on the battlefields every day, trying to get kids off the streets. I'm looking for all the support in the West Coast to come together and help these young kids. There's so many young kids dying off this drug, and we need help. We need so much help. Thank you. I will be speaking tomorrow at the Lost Voices of Fentanyl rally, and I hope everyone supports this group. It's one of the most amazingest groups I've ever encountered. It has helped me so much, and it has definitely helped me start a nonprofit organization called Rise Against Fentanyl for Children. And I'm here with Lost Voices of Fentanyl. I'm fighting with them all the way. And I'm asking, especially my African American community, to come together and help stop this madness when it comes to fentanyl. Thank you. Thank you.
And again, that interview was done last night. We obviously heard from her this afternoon. Again, you heard about her losing her dad to a heart attack. He was impacted by fentanyl. And then she talked about how proud she was of her son getting a scholarship and sadly became addicted to fentanyl. She's still fighting for him, and she's encouraging all of those not to give up. But the key here, again, if you heard over and over again, especially from 911, Border 911, who sponsored this event, was we got to cut off the supply. And where's the supply? It's coming from the cartel and China. We now want to go back out to Tera Dahl, who joins us live outside again at the 3rd annual March Lost Voices for Fentanyl. Tera, you have a guest with you again, once again, Derek. Tell us again. I'd love to get Derek's reaction to today's event and how it compares to the past 2 years.
Well, for one, it's very inspiring, it's humbling, but it's encouraging because we have families that are willing to step up and be courageous, not to save their own children, but to save other children. And there's a reason I held little 3-year-old Cash up, because that's really says it all. And Ashley deserves tremendous credit for telling her story. What a powerful story. So this is happening all over America. And there's also a reason why I closed with my analogy with the water faucet and shutting the main valve off. Because the country is inundated with these deadly pills. The pill price in some places is lower than 50 cents in America. So we have to recognize that right now we got to shut down the supply. Yes, we have to educate. Yes, we have to treat. But the emergency now is shutting down the cartels. And like I said in the beginning, and I'll say it again, the DEA had the conference, 130 countries, and Mexico didn't show up in Jamaica. What does that tell America? They're not cooperating. They're not collaborating because they are corrupt, soft on crime leadership down there, and they're benefiting from the cartel's business as they're killing our kids at record levels.
And Miranda, I just want to say something too about Mr. Derek Maltz. He's retired, and he spends every day with passion giving a voice to these families. He has done so much to bring awareness to the families on his own dime and at his own time because he cares. So, Derek, I just want to say thank you for everything that you do for these families here today. It makes a difference.
Thank you very much. And for your network, Real America's Voice, thank you for caring. And for Border 911, this is going to be a whole new program, full speed ahead. Thank you very much.
Derek Maltz, thank you for all that you do. We really do commend you, going back to Tera's point. And all those families out there, like you said, they're doing this because they want to make a difference and they want to make sure what happened to them doesn't happen to you. And they want to make sure their voices are heard. Again, that's why they're doing their march out there in D.C. right now. So again, you're watching Real America's Voice, our live coverage of Lost Voices of Fentanyl. This is the 3rd annual march. They're going to be marching throughout the rain, despite the winds, despite what's going on. They want to make sure that the Biden administration hears them loud and clearly, and they do what they can to shut down that border, because that's the key there. You're hearing over and over again from those speakers is we want to cut off the supply. Thank you so much for tuning in to Real America's Voice and our live team coverage. We're going to continue to talk about this on our network because it's important. Because we live in a country right now where we've seized enough fentanyl that there's been enough fentanyl seized to kill every American 7 times over. And that shouldn't happen. So we're going to continue to share their voices. We do, and we're going to continue to do that, in fact, right now with another family that Tera interviewed who came out there to make sure that their voices were heard. And we're going to let them do that right now. Take a listen.
Andy, tell us why you're here.
Well, my wife Miranda and I are here because to join in the 3rd annual fentanyl rally to honor our son Cruz, who recently died in January due to fentanyl poisoning from a drug dealer who delivered a fake pill in which our son thought was a Percocet.
What frustrates you the most? What do you want the American people to know?
What frustrates me the most is because us, the people, we, the parents, we know exactly where this drug is being filtered from. We all know it's being created and manufactured in China. We know it's being sent to the Mexican cartel, and we know it's being crossed over the open border. Yet our president and our administration will not do anything to close the border to prevent this to happening to any other kid.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate you.
And again, that's what we've heard over and over again, is that this all starts at the border, that this isn't a Republican issue, this isn't a Democratic issue, it is an independent issue. You heard there earlier from the former director of ICE, Tom Homan saying, look, I've worked for 6 different presidents. Whether they were a Democrat, they're Republican, I respect them all. But there's something different about this administration. They are not doing what they can to secure the border. And we all have to ask ourselves that same question as to why. We now want to go back out to Tera Dahl, who has been there speaking with families, again, sadly, that have been impacted by this fentanyl crisis. And it really is a crisis. It has now become the leading killer for people between the ages of 18 to 49. But as we heard there earlier from the president of this organization, that sadly, it's also strongly impacting young people under the age of 14. And that shouldn't be the case. But thanks to the gentleman next to you, right? Border 911, they're getting the message out there and doing what they can to help people.
Yeah, Miranda, we have former special agent Victor Avila. He was a speaker here at the event today. Victor, what did you get out of the event today?
Well, it's the importance of continuing to be a voice for these victims. There's no one out there talking about them. It's the fentanyl poisoning. It's also a lot of the victims and angel moms and angel families that have lost their loved ones at the hands of an illegal alien in this country to some violent act or drunk driving act. No one is talking about them. No one. These are 100% preventable crimes if you think about it, and it's all due to this porous border and this treacherous border policy that is deliberate. That we're still continuing to live under this administration, and we need to fix that.
When you say preventable, what are simple solutions that could be done immediately to stop this fentanyl crisis?
Well, it's the cartels. I mean, it's the cartels. For some reason, this administration seems to be on the side of the cartels because they will sue the state of Texas if they try to put barriers up on the border. They seems to be representing them instead of us, the Americans, and they have put us last. It's time to put the Americans first, and we must designate these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. I wrote a book, and I wrote about that in that book. As you know, I'm a victim of the violence of the cartels. My partner and I were ambushed in Mexico when I served there. He was killed next to me, and I survived by the grace of God after being shot 3 times. And so I know the evil that we face and the imminent threat that we face by these cartels. They're not gangs. These are terrorists, and they have not only terrorized the country of Mexico, but our country as well with direct deaths.
And because of what you've experienced, because of what you've gone through in life, you're running for Congress now. Can you tell us why are you running?
Well, we need it. It's much needed, and we need a warrior in this swamp that we stand here today in D.C. We need somebody that understands the border, that understands the foreign policy attached to that, and that's the experience that I bring for Texas 23. You're going to get a warrior with me in the halls of Congress to actually give the power back to the people where it belongs. I'm going to bring integrity back. I'm going to bring the accountability back that is lacking in Congress. And yes, it's dealing with the cartels. It's dealing with Mexico. I know Derek mentioned that Mexico plays a vital role in this, and they're not being held accountable. I want to hold Mexico and the other countries and shift the burden back on them. They put all the burden on the United States to take care of the rest of the world. We need to make sure that they take care of their citizens, and it starts with designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations and giving the power back to the Border Patrol agents to actually secure and patrol our border.
So if people want to follow you, where can they go?
Please visit VictorAvilaForCongress.com. It's an America First campaign. I need your help to help me get there. You will get your voice heard in Washington.
Thank you for being here today, and thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, Tara. Appreciate it.
Back to you, Miranda.
Victor, I just wanted to ask you one quick question, and this is something that your friend Tom Homan had brought up earlier when we played that video talking about Border 911. What is the downside of closing this border? And he said, think about it. And so I'm going to ask that question to you. Why would the Biden administration want to keep the border as open as it is right now?
I think it's multifaceted. I think 2 things. I think they want votes, and I think they actually want more. They want to count these bodies, the illegal aliens present here, to get more representation in Congress, and they will have the continued power in Congress, and they will never actually give us, the American people, the voice, and they want to give the voice to these people that are not from here. I hear across the nation as I travel around the country speaking to these groups, police officers, police chiefs, and they tell me we already have consumed with our own issues. and all of a sudden we have to incorporate all the people coming in, plus the violence and the drugs that we talk about, into these communities. And a lot of these communities are small, and they're impacted by, they don't have extra police officers or extra resources. They're having to deal with and absorb. And let me tell you, there's a lot of issues in the criminal justice system, the school system, the healthcare systems. They're heavily impacted. And it makes no sense why the Biden administration would want that, other than to destroy the fabric of this country.
Victor, thank you so much for everything that you and the others are doing out there to make sure that these voices are being heard. Tera, we'll get to you in just a moment, but I do want to go back to some of those voices again. Sadly, there have been so many touched and impacted and have lost loved ones to fentanyl, and we now want to share their voices with you. Here is another family that Tera interviewed.
Can you tell us about your brother?
He was the most outgoing person that I could ever look up to. He would take a bullet for me. He would do anything for me. And I miss him so incredibly. And I can't even put into words how I feel.
Can you tell us what happened to your brother?
He got a bad pill. A fake pill. I don't really know the intentions, but he was living with us, and me and my mom went to go check on him, and we found him.
How old was he?
35.
35 years old. What's your message to the American people?
If you're gonna do anything, know what you're taking. And seek help, because people are there to help, and people will not judge. I carry Narcan with me now. I carry test strips with me. So if you're going to, do it safely.
And this is your brother on your shirt.
Good advice. And, you know, props to all of these families out there. It's not easy to share their personal story, but they're doing it to help others and to get the word out there about how dangerous fentanyl is. We now want to go back out to the third annual march, again, for the Lost Voices of Fentanyl that's taking place in D.C. right now, despite the tropical storm that's been out there, despite all the rain, despite the wind. That is not stopping these families. And there are a couple familiar faces there. I see Tera, Joe the Box in the flesh with his brother.
Miranda.
Miss you. What an incredible event.
It's blowing my mind for sure. We're enjoying it. It's our first time here. We're so happy that we can help and be part of it with the Real America Voice team and our friends at the new Border 911, Miranda. You're familiar with them, and Tom Holman's organization.
Yeah, and I saw you there.
So we're here because...
Go ahead.
Thank you. We are here because of the power of God. Many years ago, John's son, Joe Lewis, was lost to the fentanyl drug that came through the border, and a miracle came our way when Donald Trump said he was going to close the border and he was going to stop the fentanyl from coming to the country. And John and I got together and said we're going to help him in every way that we can. And through that power of God brought us full right here to this moment in time where our friend Tom Holman and the Border 911 team, we're going to get the message out. We want to stop the drug trafficking. It starts at the border. You know it. I know it. Johnny, we know it, right?
Stop it. We want to stop it from coming in, not only prevent it or educate us on it. We got to put a stop to it, that's for sure.
It all starts at the border, and the current administration, I'm going to tell you right now, has done nothing about the fentanyl and about the border. That's pretty upsetting to me and to a lot of people out here. And it's not a Donald Trump thing. It's really a border and a national security thing. It's so obvious to everybody here. We're all angry about it. We believe, and I'm going to believe very strongly, Donald Trump will fix this. Johnny, you too?
Yes, Donald Trump is going to save us, that's for sure.
God's going to save us. Donald Trump's going to help us.
Yes. Miranda Conda.
Yeah,
And
well-
Tom Holman from Border 911. Don't forget him.
Yeah. Well, that's a lot of what we heard. You heard him say that if Donald Trump's reelected, that he's going to go back to him. He talked about how under the Trump administration that illegal border crossings were down to 45%. Now they're at record highs right now. And and I give him props for sitting there saying, look, this isn't a Republican issue. This isn't a Democrat issue. This is an independent issue. This is just a crisis here, and it just happens to be happening under this administration. But I love the question he raised, which is why I raised it earlier, was what's the downside to securing our border? But I'm curious, Joe and John, because of your personal connection to this, and I'm sitting here doing my best to hold back my tears, as I'm sure Tara is, it has to be very difficult to hear these families and hear one story after another, knowing that you personally have been impacted. I just want to know, when the president said, of this organization said, I want you to scream out the name of your loved one. I'm curious, did you in fact do that? And how impactful was that for you?
Well, John can't hear what you're telling you. It's his son, Joe Lewis, that we lost on that fateful day in 2016. And what I'm blown away by, and both of us are, is that how many people more have gone through what we've gone through so many years ago. The continued neglect. Now, we do know under Donald Trump it was the safest border. That's what we're looking for. That border will fix a lot of problems for us, not just the fentanyl crisis. I don't want it to be a political issue. I want it to be an American sovereignty issue for everybody. Johnny, right? Yeah. This fentanyl, this day today, has it affected you? Affected me. There's no life now. It's tough. So
There's plenty of life, and I'm going to help my brother John. I'm going to help the thousands and thousands of fentanyls every year. You're going to help us too, right?
Absolutely.
And Real America Voice is going to help us. And Donald Trump, it's what it is. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings or lose any subscribers, but this is a fact of life.
I don't think you have to worry about that here, right, Tara?
No worries there. I think we're all on the same page.
Yeah, well, again.
So we have a march coming up, too, I think. We're going to go through the rain.
Yep.
We're going to go through the rain in this march. And when you were talking about the tears before from everybody, I mean, I did a lot of crying today. And I think everybody can attest to this. This rain is the tears from heaven from all of our loved ones and our lost children and family members that we lost that were poisoned by this open border crisis.
And we're going to do what we can do at Real America's Voice to be a voice for these families that are trying to raise awareness, and they're healing, and they're trying to tell other Americans that it is so easy. It is just so easy to get access to that fentanyl, and it's killing American lives. It's killing children. And so we're going to stay on this, right, Miranda? As
Yes.
we know that we will, and cover this extremely important issue that is such a crisis in our country.
And it is. And, you know, it's unfortunate that this network is the only network that's out there sharing the voice of the voiceless, again, the lost voices of fentanyl. And our sincerest condolences to you, Joe and John, for losing your son, John, to fentanyl. But we're going to continue to make sure that your voices are heard and heard loudly. And we're going to do that again with another family that Tara interviewed last night. Take a listen.
I have a son. I lost a son 2 years ago, at 29, to a fentanyl poisoning, and I'm here as much as an activist as I am as a parent. And you look around, and you see all these parents and all these people here together. Every socioeconomic background, every ethnic background, any demographic that you can think of, and they're here because of one common thread, and that thread is they want to be heard. We're going to go and march on the White House on Saturday because they don't feel like they're being heard. Most of these people have not had justice in the cases of their kids' death. I'm sure that's come across quite a bit.
What's your message for the White House?
Just hear us. Let us know you hear us. That's all that's not all we want, but at least that's a first step. Let us know you hear us. I don't know what the solution is. Border security is part of it. Harm reduction is part of it. Legislation and getting these drugs off the street is part of it. But we also have to educate parents. We have to educate kids. We have to be able to meet people where they are so that we don't have to bury them.
Thank you for being here and being a voice. Thank you.
And a large part of that is, again, as you just heard Tera say, being a voice. And that's what we're trying to do here at Real America's Voice, is to give a voice to the voiceless and hope to the hopeless. We now want to go out to Tera Dahl, who joins us there again at the 3rd annual Lost Voices of Fentanyl March, taking place in D.C. And we heard from some amazing speakers today. And, of course, sadly, families who have lost loved ones due to fentanyl. Fentanyl, again, 50 times more potent than heroin. It is the leading cause of death for people between the ages of 18 and 49. But what we're doing right now is we're trying to make a difference by airing these voices, and that's what they're trying to do today. They're trying to get the word out, right, Tera, to the Biden administration to make sure that they hear them loud and clear. So tell us who you're with right now, because I recognize them from that Border 911 video.
I said, how are we doing today?
Yeah, we are here with Michael and Sherry Cole. They came from West Virginia. What did you get out of today? Why are you here? Can you tell us your story?
The biggest thing, I mean, we want to be here obviously to raise awareness and to make a stand in a statement that, you know, we're tired of what's going on. It's time that we address the issues and keep other families from going through what we're going through.
Can you tell us your personal story?
So we lost our daughter, our youngest daughter, Lauren, July 9th, 2020, due to fentanyl poisoning. A very accomplished young lady, graduated from college, getting her master's degree in social work, but unfortunately she suffered from substance use disorder. And, you know, with everything now being laced with fentanyl, she was sold something that she wasn't aware of, and it took her life.
So sorry.
3 weeks, though, before she passed, she asked me, she said, Dad, you know, so many people are suffering that don't have the family or resources to get help. One day when you retire, do you think we could do something? And again, 3 weeks later, unfortunately, she relapsed and passed. So we're going to carry on what she wanted to do. We opened up a Lawrence Bush Addiction Triage Center in Morgantown, West Virginia. And we're going to fill the void that currently exists in the rehabilitation series. So now whenever you go to the ER and you say that you want to have help and a bed's not readily available, we'll take you in free of charge, start our counseling with you, and keep you until that bed opens up. Once that bed opens up, we'll transport you to that long-term facility. So we're keeping you out of the general public, out of the environment that put you there to begin with, put you in a safe environment, non-judgmental, and it also gives the family a chance to take a breath and relax, knowing that their loved one's in good hands.
What you speak a lot to the American people. What is your message for the American people? What do you want them to know?
So we're not going to stand for this any longer. We're going to be there to help those that are suffering, and again, keep other families from going through what we're going to do, and drive and push for education. Everybody needs to know and understand what's going on.
What's your message for the White House and the government?
I'm sorry?
What's your message for the White House?
They need to go. They're not willing to address the issue. They totally ignore the issue and situation. In 2021, it took over 107,000 lives. In 2022, over 111,000. The biggest epidemic that's ever hit the United States, and they're totally ignoring it. You would be in every social media outlet out there announcing what's going on, and there's not a word being said.
Children not matter to them? How can our children not matter to them? I mean, they were wonderful children, and they deserve to be here. But a cartel member took them out. And
back to you, Miranda.
So sorry for their loss, but I do commend them for their courage and giving a voice to the voiceless, but also turning pain into purpose. We now want to continue to share some of those voices. Here's another family that Tera interviewed.
Stephen, can you tell us your story? Why are you here?
I am here to spread the word and be the voice of my children. My child, Kiana, passed away I don't want to say passed away, but poisoned in 2020 on Valentine's night. And 10 months later, my son Caleb, on my birthday, November 8th, passed away. And I'm here to put the voice out. I'm here to spread the word, because it's like, where else can you do it with nobody else hearing?
What is your message?
My message is we need it. This government is crap right now. There's nothing positive or progressing in this government right now. If anything, it's going downhill instead of where we should be progressing. At one time, this country was the best country in the world. And here we are. Our forefathers are rolling in their graves because we let persecution and tell me what to do, and you do what I tell you to do. That's not America. We're supposed to be free, and we're not. We're told what to do.
Wow, losing both of your kids, a daughter and a son, due to fentanyl. I can't even fathom what that's like. And sadly, that's the America that we live in now. In fact, I personally have met multiple people who have lost multiple family members due to fentanyl. We heard from another speaker earlier today who lost her dad and her 3-year-old son to fentanyl. That shouldn't be happening, but it is. But we can make a difference. And one of the ways to do that is by sharing the voices of these families and covering what they're doing. And that is marching in D.C. today. We now want to go to Tera, who joins us now live again in D.C., where the third annual march is taking place. And Tera, you were actually with the founder of Lost Voices of Fentanyl. And I just, her moment there, where she shared her story and then encouraged every person there to shout the name of their loved one. That was so powerful and so moving. So looking forward to hearing your interview with her.
Yeah, Miranda, we are here with April. She's coordinator of all of this. She's put together these families and worked so hard to bring a voice to these families. And as you saw when she was speaking, she was yelling the names, and she had everybody yell the name of their lost ones, and it was so powerful. And you just think, like, does the White House hear that? Did the White House hear those names, each and every individual name? So, April, thank you for joining us. Tell us how you were able to bring all these people and why you do this. What compels you?
Well, I do it because we're tired of funerals. My son is going on 5 years since he's died, and I'm like, this isn't normal. Every year the death toll gets bigger and bigger, and this will never be my new normal. So I don't fight. I fight in honor of my son, but I fight for your children to live. My son's dead. I can't bring him back. So that's why us families are out here today in the rain, because we're not stopping. We just don't want any more Americans to die to this poison. It's a poisoning.
What is your message to the White House?
We want the cartels labeled a foreign terrorist organization. We want China addressed. All these pharmaceutical chemicals that are killing Americans, they know it's coming from China. Do something. Do your job. Americans first. Protect Americans. We're sick of funerals. You can do something. You need to do something better. You say you're doing something, we don't see it. We're still bodies on bodies on bodies on bodies. That's what's going on in America, and we're tired of it. And us parents are pissed. We're pissed.
Thank you, April. Thank you for all that you do and bringing everyone here and giving these voiceless families a voice. Thank you.
Absolutely. You're welcome.
Thank you. Back to you, Miranda.
Thank you, Tera. And yes, commend April Badcock there, the founder of Lost Voices of Fentanyl, and everything that she's doing. Again, giving a voice to the voiceless. Fentanyl is a crisis there. She lost her 9-year-old son, Austin, to fentanyl poisoning. They're planning to march there despite the rain, despite the tropical storm that's out there. They want to make sure that the Biden administration hears their message and hears it loudly. And we're happy to be a part of that. And again, giving them a voice to the voiceless. Thank you so much for watching our live team coverage right here on Real America's Voice. Again, Lost Voices of Fentanyl. You can learn more about that by going to the website. You can also check out border911.com. Thank you for watching. Enjoy your day.
Whether it's terrorism, whether it's those seeking to come to this country doing us harm, whether it's the narcotics that are killed over 100,000 Americans, especially fentanyl, whether it's about the sex trafficking of women and children, all of this stuff matters. All of this stuff is tied to the border. And it sounds cocky, but when it comes to border security, we're in the game. And let me explain to you why I'm sitting here so frustrated. Because I'm the only one in this room who's wore a green uniform and been on that line. I'm the only one in this room who found dead aliens on a trail that were abandoned by smugglers who just left them there because they weren't worth any money anymore. I'm the only one in this room that stood in the back of a tractor trailer surrounded by 19 dead aliens, including a 5-year-old little boy that suffocated in death in his father's arms. I was there. People need to understand the reason I'm so passionate about this, the reason I work so hard to this day, because it's not just about illegal immigration anymore. When you cause a crisis as big as we're dealing with right now, where you got over 5.5 million illegal entries in this country, that has resulted in, like I said, record number of Americans dying, record number of migrants are dying, record number of known suspected terrorists coming in the country, record number of women and children being sex trafficked. If people saw what I saw in my 35 years, they'd care too.
1 gram of this sweet and low could kill 500 people if it was fentanyl. So it doesn't take a lot to kill. And unfortunately, the Mexican cartels are working with the Chinese transnational criminals, bringing in mass amounts of fentanyl, making fake pills. The DEA administrator reported that there was enough fentanyl seized by the DEA alone to kill everyone in America.
I called Lauren several times. She didn't answer. I left work. And when I pulled down in the parking lot, her car was there. And I thought, oh, thank goodness, she's here. So I pulled around, and whenever I pulled around, I looked over and I saw her slumped over in her car.